If you know very well that I can become that great and I can achieve this, this is a sacrifice I'll have to make. And your dream is so alive, it will keep you alive, it will keep you going. If you are a negative person too, you've experienced poverty before, you've experienced bad things before, you can let that bad thing become a reason. My dad, being a womanizer, scared me. I didn't want it. And for that reason, I didn't want to become that. I hope you get it. And that's the reason why I treat women with all kind of gentleness a man would do, and then it ends there. Because I don't want to be. So what you have to also do is that three practical things that I'll give you. Let your vision be very clear. Who do you want to be? If you understand who you want to be, then the next step is how do I become? To the man going nowhere, any place is a destination. And if you don't plan your life, somebody will plan their life and will put you into it. So I call it living by design and living by default. What is living by default? Living by default is allowing things to happen to you as and when they happen. Living by design is having a very good plan yourself and going according to the plan. So what are you going to do? Enjoy the distraction of movies and series and social media, but apportion time to it and apportion time for learning and stick to it. And let the motivation, whether the good one or the bad one, stick with you. The second thing that I want you to do right now is that where you are today, are you happy with it? If where you are today, if you are not happy with it, it should scare you what the future will bring to you. So immediately kill that and then work towards it. The third one I'm going to ask you, that's a very personal one, a very personal. If you do not succeed in what you are trying to do, what options do you have on the table? If you don't have much of an option, then this is your main thing. Don't waste it and let that motivate you. Does that make sense to you? Are we good? Okay. I hope the woman thing I said has not made the ladies here. Okay, good. Well, no, I'm very professional. I have female mentees I deal with. And just professionally, that's all I want to say. I'll meet you professionally, we'll talk professionally. That is all. I don't know if you understand what I mean. And I think it's even good for women, right? That men treat you professionally without anything else. Is that okay? So it's not all men who are after women. I'm not one of them. That's all I want to say. Okay. Okay. Now, Jessica, you talked about confidence. So, in our part of our world, timidity is related to humility. When you are timid, people think you're humble. No, timidity is not humility. I'm a very confident person, but I'm a very humble. I'm using that. Humility is a matter of simple mindset. You know your exact value. You know who you are, and you don't think yourself better than other people. In other words, you're not condescending. Where it becomes arrogant is when you condescend, when you look down on people. That is where you become arrogant. But where you know your value, you respect people. I walked in, I saw my lady, I saw them, I greeted them, and then I sat down, all the speakers. That's all. You don't think so highly of yourself. The problem with arrogance is this. You think you are better than everybody. You've achieved this, and then you start working, and then disrespecting people. Confidence is very simple. I'm not going to allow you to intimidate me. As I talk to you, I look into your eyes. How can I intimidate you if I look into your eyes? What happened? After all, I'm the one with the microphone, I'm the one talking. Is that okay? What will you do? And I'll start shivering. Shivering to do what? Because the problem with it is that when I start shivering, you have overpowered me. And the value that I want to give to you, you will miss it. So I don't need that. I'll look you in the eyes and I'll talk to you. And I'll be confident in my skin. The only thing you should not do is don't look down on people. Now, concerning friends where you are confident, you're ambitious, and they are not, I don't think that you expect the world to be with you. When I was growing up, I saw two worlds apart. I grew up in a rich family that became poor. So I got to know wealth, I got to know poverty. And I told myself, I don't want poverty. I want I want the other one. Now, the point here is very simple. I realized there are people in my neighborhood that if I work with them, I'm not achieve what I want to do. For that reason, I had to separate. Now, for the growth you want and the success you want, there are some people you have to separate from them. I grew up around Technical, so I attended Care University, and then moved to Berkeley. So I lived around Lansing. But when I came back to Ghana, I built my house at Fantastic Brothers Hostel. I didn't want to live close to family so that I can have that freedom and do the things that I want to do. So sometimes you have to learn to separate from people to achieve what you want to achieve. Is that okay? And it's not anything bad because you cannot give what you do not have. So sometimes you have to be separate from your own kinsmen to be able to do all so that you can even take care of them. Does that make sense? So don't be bothered that people are not as confident as you, they're not as ambitious as you. You see what you see, you know what you want, you get the right people around you, and then go for it. Does that make sense? Are we good, Jessica? And then the last one is about Alphonse. Yes. It's a system thing. Africa, our problem is a system. You can, it's funny, but I've changed career a lot. I've done a lot of things, and I've seen quite a lot. And what I can tell you is that the problem we have here is that the system not functioning like it should benefits some people. And those people that it benefits don't want the system to work. I give one group of people, just out of 10, one are politicians. If politicians leave the system, who do they go to? Who will go and say, take him out, or whose son or daughter will they get to follow them for those mass campaign? I don't know if you get it. So the problem is that people pretend as if they are solving the problem, but they are not. They are solving the problem in a way that solves their individual problem, so that they and their family does not suffer the consequence of the bad system. So that's how come the politician or some other people, it gets worse, they fly out to go and get help there. But then we are all in this country. Okay. So the problem is a system problem. You cannot control for now. The only way you can control is to rise and become a leader where you can make influential decisions. As it stands today, our country, Ghana, and the system we live in Africa, is made in a way that there's only a few people at the top that will do it. So your goal is to be part of those few people and work towards it. You can't fight the system, you can't control it, and it's sad. Just go beyond just go outside Kumasi. Just Kumasi. You meet some people and you think they are living in 1925. Just here in Ashanti with it. Then go into other places. I did some survey, and some people I saw, they don't even know what is happening. They don't even understand the trends and what is going on. But that is all these people are here. Do you know there are still some places in Ghana without electricity? Some places still now. Healthcare is a problem. Okay, so the system is working that way. In other places, before even they sell houses, the land is demarcated. Roads are constructed before. Electricity, water is done. A school, a market, hospital, fire service, all of that is fixed. Before they start selling the land here, what happens to our land sales? We sell them in the bush, people start building anyhow, and later town planners are not coming. I hope you are getting. So what I'll just tell you is that at this stage you can't do much. In your corner, do what you have to do. But your aim is to be in the top 10%, and hopefully you can become the president of Ghana one day and have very good executive powers and make the change that comes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Doctor. At this point, if you are not challenging thoughts, then I don't know the kind of breed you are. Okay, so we're going to take, in the next few minutes, we're going to take our second presentation. But before then, I want us to do just a quick exercise. I want you to pull out your phones and then take a selfie with the person seated by you, and then post it on LinkedIn, tag Impact Minds Network. We are also on Facebook. Do that and tag Impact Minds Network. We are just doing this as a quick exercise. Please let's get to it. in your phone, so or you don't have phones. You don't have phones. Hey, please, just a very short, a quick one. Selfie with the one seated beside you. Just post it and then tag Impact Minds. Say something and then just put it on your socials. Hey, the fine lady there looking at me. Please touch your phone. Lady in green, touch your phone. Should I borrow you mine? Okay. All right. So as we are tests, we'll take. I actually don't know how to joke, but I mean the way the room is so dull, I want to try. Can I try? Can I try? Hey, hey, Matthew, we don't like talking. Please, oh,
Meaning the project and
it doesn't have yeah. The problem. Please, oh, what's wrong? Like, show yourself. Yeah, hey, you have a whole doctor. Like, yeah, this man is hard to come by. You can't get him on a normal day. You can't get him. And the other speakers over here, you can't get them. They're just, yeah, I mean, we are fortunate he's in our midst today, so let's make the most out of it, please. Are we done with our selfies? Are we done? Please, I have my team here. They'll actually go and check. Oh. David AJ, if you are here, kindly check if you are seeing people tagging Impact Minds Network. They are tagging here. Okay, thank you so much. So my short joke for us. So there were 3 friends who were going to take money ritual. I won't mention their name. Before someone will say you've mentioned my name, I actually didn't go for any sakawa. So they went for the sakawa, and then the fetish priest told them that, okay, he has laid the rules, he gave them what they ought to do, and then he asked them to actually go and think about it. But he gave them a warning. He cautioned them that as you are going, make sure you do not say A on the way. Right? Don't say A. Now these friends had walked right from the thick bush. They came out, and then one said, oh, let me actually test this man and see if whatever he said was actually real. And he said A, and immediately he slumped and died. I was left with the other 2. Now the other 2 also tried their possible best not to say A. Now along the way, one forgot himself, and then he said, hey, then he also slumped and died. Now I was left with the last person. Now this person was just at the brink of getting home. He said, hey, God, thank you that I didn't say A, and he also died. Right, so don't say A, say it when it's necessary. Okay, so without wasting much time, we're going to call in our next speaker. And she's going to share some practical strategies to access opportunities that many graduates overlook. Sometimes we are so interested in our marks, our grades, IA. I mean, when I was in school, there were colleagues of mine. If they don't get 10 over 10, they are so angry that they will challenge the lecturer. Is that what we're actually looking at? Getting all straight A's, getting all straight B's. Is that what we are looking at? So this expert is going to share with us what actually truly matters. And so without wasting much time, I'm going to invite to the podium Mrs. Adelaide Poco. Down, kindly give it up for her as she makes her way to work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm very happy Doc started. I've got some information, some apopha for my future things. I'm very glad. Okay, please, can we come forward? Those at the back, come forward. Because I've seen that they are taking some pictures and videos, so that shouldn't be, we having some seats empty. So if you can come forward, so that they can take the video strategically, and the place will be empty. Sorry? No, you can. Those of you there, kindly come forward. Photo, if that's okay for you, at least you can get a good picture. And there are no empty spaces, okay. I'm very happy to be here this morning. We are coming to talk about unlocking career opportunities. I'm sure all of you here, day in, day out, you have this thing running in your mind after school. Will I get employed very soon? Where am I going to do my national service? What do I do? All these thoughts will come into your mind, but it's very normal. However, we have this notion, and it's understandable because of our Ghana unemployment in the country, that we should all try and learn hard and use our education to do something in future. It is perfect, but it's not all of us who were destined to sit in offices, to sit in air conditions, and maybe to travel and all that. Everyone has a talent. Everyone has a talent. Some of you will be lucky that your talents align with your education. Others might not be lucky because of maybe pressure from parents or friends or even society to do certain courses. You choose the courses. I'm sure some of you now don't even know why you are doing the courses you are doing. Or are you all very sure that that's what you want to do? I'm not sure. Deep down, we all know what we want. And this makes it difficult when you come out from school. Because, as Doc said, we are not true to ourselves. We look at society and what society is looking for, family, what family is expecting us to do, and then we overlook ourselves, what we are capable of doing, and our potentials. Having a job is exhausting. Having a job is exhausting. Waking up, going to work, coming back, doing this, there's a mind is going to be for life until you are 60. And after 60, you don't even know what to do again. Having a job is very exhausting. However, having a career is a whole interesting thing. So what's the difference? A job is something that you do to earn money. So when you come out of school, you can get various jobs. Maybe you did marketing, you can get your marketing and all that. But a career is something that you do out of passion. And if you do something out of passion, you tend to focus on it and try to make the best out of it. And that is the interesting part. So you would hear people saying, when it's Friday, today is Friday, they are happy because they are going home. They don't love what they do. It's just a job, a means to an end. I hope you get me. But if you have a career is where people are going home at 5, you are still sitting. Sunday, you can't wait till Monday to go to work. You love what you do. And careers can be born from talents. It can be born from a job too. So let's say you are a graduate who offered marketing, let's say marketing, and then you get a job. And in the course of your job is more of the PR than the marketing. So along the way, you realize that it seems I love this PR. We're going places, talking to people, I love it. There is nothing wrong with loving it. In fact, that becomes your passion, and that can be your career that you can work towards it. So what I want you to have in mind is, don't think of having a job after school. Think of having a career, building a career. And it's not only sitting at the office that should be the way out for you. Another thing too is, as Doc also said, you can have more than one career. You can have more than one career, and then you can add your talent as a side thing. There are lots of graduates that I meet. I consult and I do recruitment too. And in many cases, I have to do the selection, do the interview before I forward them to the companies. And you sit with some graduates and you realize that whatever they intend to do is not what they want to do. And I sometimes get sad for them because where you are taking them would actually drain them. Because if you are doing something that you don't love, it is a terrible thing. It will drain you over the years psychologically, physically, emotionally. Because everything about that job annoys you, but you don't know unconsciously. So those are the people that when they are working and you disturb them a little, they get angry. I'm doing something, why are you disturbing me? Because what they are doing, they don't even want to do it, and they want someone to blame for. These are people who complain about their salaries because they think they are doing so much, they are paid so little. If you've heard this saying in Chi, it will be a while. The money and the destiny paid. That is a career. You don't really think about the salary, although the salary might not be better. That's where you find yourself. But if it's a career, you have a long-term plan for yourself. I worked in a company where the salary wasn't good. However, I realized that I can build a career there. And that was what I was focusing on. So you realize that there are certain people you might meet when you go out there. They are so involved in their work, you wonder what they get. You see, it's not because of that, but they have seen that this is something that I can build a career on. So I'm trying to focus on it. So this morning, we are coming to talk about unlocking career opportunities and have it in mind, as I said earlier, career is not the office alone. If you have talents, you have to use those ones to work. Choosing a career and writing the goals down alone is not enough. We have people who know that, I want to be a CEO of certain company in an industry in future. Maybe I want to work in the oil industry. You've got the opportunity, you've entered the oil industry as maybe an intern or as a first level staff. And then you want to be the CEO or the manager of maybe the marketing department or the accounting, the finance department in future. Okay, you have chosen the path. You love to be there. You have written your goals. And then you sit. A lot of people do that, hoping that the career path will unfold in front of them. Hoping that someone would leave that position and be promoted there. Hoping that an opportunity out there will come. It doesn't work that way. Sometimes it's never even works that way. You have to work towards it. In order to embark on the career journey, there are strategies that are essential to put in place. And first of all, you have to have a growth mindset. Some of us don't have it. Maybe I'm saying, I hope you all understand. I don't want to offend anybody. If I do too much, they will say me to you. If I do that, I might step on somebody's toes. All the excuses you can give yourself because you want to stay in your comfort zone. As the saying goes, you can't eat your cake and have it. You have to move. You have to strategize. maybe you've got a company, you are working with them, as I said, you are eyeing some seats there, and then it's not only the same company that you might get that position or opportunity, but once you are in that company, you are building yourself up. Don't forget, that's where you might move to another place. And it all has to be on your CV, your experiences, and all that. So, strategize after setting your goals. How am I going to do this? How am I going to achieve it? There are different opportunities in different industries with different strategies. So, let's say in mining, they have how do you call it? Areas where maybe the junior staffs are and the senior staffs are. There are times that you cannot even see the senior staff unless the senior staff are seeing you. So you don't get the opportunity to go to them, learn from them and all that. So based on the industry where you find yourself, you can observe things and then act accordingly. However, there are certain basic strategies that you can use. And these strategies call for a great deal of discipline and consistency. If you want to build a career, you cannot leave discipline and consistency out. If you go out there, we tend to see people. I met one man who was wearing a knitted trousers, top, and hat. It was so beautiful, and he was begging. And I asked him, who did this with us? He said, me. I said, you did this, and you are begging for money. You don't know what you have. You see, sometimes we tend to think that whatever we have, is boring, people will do this. And then maybe some of them too will start, but along the way, distractions, inconsistency. The person is not doing it well. Our seamstresses are tailors. Someone will say, hey, Papa, wait, you come at direct to bank. This one is serious. Inconsistency, indiscipline. It doesn't get us anywhere. And then as God said, we are always blaming the government. We are always blaming the government. But God in His infinite wisdom has given us talents, has given us the wisdom to apply, to help us in our daily lives. So we are going to talk about a few basic strategies that you can use or you can embark on. And let's not forget, you can't do it alone. As a human being, you can't do everything alone. You need people. And if I say you need people, I don't mean you need a partner to work with. You need people to contact. You need people to lead you to others. You need people to get to things. I hope I'm clear. You need people to get to things. So the first strategy I always say is that you have to sharpen your communication skills. How many of us have heard of social capital management? Only two. David, you have to work on that. So social capital management is a training that we give to people. It's about how to relate to people on their level. So if, let's say, Madam, you want to start working, you are now in school. You are about to go out of the school. You need people to help you. But if you don't have a good social capital, you cannot. And it's basically how to relate to people, how to relate to your family members, how to relate to colleagues, how to relate to even church members. We have different ways to relate to different people. You can't relate to someone who is your who was your senior in school. You can't relate with a person like your colleague. And now a lot of opportunities are on our school platforms. Our seniors, they are helping out. And let's say you have a senior who used to be close to, or even used to be someone who wasn't anybody in school, but now the person is somebody. And you have to know how to relate to the person as such. So I would encourage David to do a course on that, training on that, social capital management, how to relate with friends, how to relate with people, especially even the ladies. The ladies. It's not every man who comes your way that you have to do something. There are certain people, they are potential, Christians will say destiny helpers. There are certain people you have to keep as friends, and as friends alone. You don't have to add anything. Maybe the person might not even know why you are friends with the person, but you know what you will do in future from the person. So you keep friends. Your colleagues will one day be those who might be giving you jobs here. You'll be surprised in the next 10 years, in the next 15 years, where you meet some in the positions you keep. You have to cultivate that healthy relationship now. Communication, relationships, you don't take them for granted at all. Even your own siblings. Now you are kids, maybe you have elder siblings who are now taking care of you now, so you think it's okay, you take them for granted. When you finish work, when you finish school and you start working to earn your own money, that is why you see that now you are on your own, so you can't demand anything from them. But how you relate to them will be how they will even decide to help you. Secondly, you have to work on your character. Your character. Some of us have very, very terrible attitudes. A lady at the back was asking about confidence and arrogance. You can be confident and humble as yourself. You don't necessarily have to be arrogant. But I understand, sometimes people who are arrogant is actually it's right. It's a way of hiding their weakness. Because somebody will say, "We need a free will of a family." Because the person himself knows that he or she is a very soft person, and if you come close, you'll be too friendly. So the person has to be arrogant, has to put up attitude just to put that barrier there. And you will meet some outside when you deal into the work sector. You have to try your best to put up a character that you know that would make you someone that people would want to love to be around. If you know you have an attitude that repels people, it will be difficult in the workplace for you. And it will be difficult for people to help you. I hope you understand it. Even those who are extremely quiet, try and come out of it. Because sometimes you need help. And if you don't talk to people, you can't get that help. If you are not able to be a bit bubbly, a bit vibrant, the aura around you is not even entertaining. People don't come around you. So it will be difficult to get help from people. So you have to start being open, start being inviting, start being conversational. There are certain people I'm sure are in your class, in your hostels, that you pass by every day, you've never greeted before. Can you imagine in future you meet that person in an interview? You never greeted that person. That person will say, "I don't know you." Maybe he or she knows you. But you say, "I don't know you," because you never greeted the person. But if you want to make great a conversation and you give a smile and you greet, you never know where you meet that person. Wherever you go, you'll be welcomed. So our character, we should try and work on our character. The second thing is acquire practical skills in the career that you want to choose. So let's say you want to use your talent as your career. So you you love to sew, or you love to act, or you love to draw, that is not enough. In fact, that is what shows you that you can do something with it. You have to go the extra mile to learn, have practical skills on whatever your talent is.
So can we share that?
If you are an accountant, you have completed the university, you go to the working world, you get an opportunity to work with a company that you are an accountant. You don't stay there. You try your best to get practical skills. You do your the professional courses. You learn, continuous learning. And if I say continuous learning, I'm not talking about school alone. I have something that I say is school is good, but learning is better. Some people go through school. And let's admit it, most of us, maybe you don't admit, even in level 300, 400, when we go and we are doing exams, we still copy. We still do 2 and 4. At the end of the day, we come out of the school and we've not really learned anything. We just go through school. The school doesn't go through us. Continuous learning, going online, learning things about the profession or the career that you have chosen. You don't have to wait. In our part of the world, if you say you are waiting for university to add certain things that you want to learn to like curriculum, you come and learn it as it will never happen. So you learn on your own. For me, I always learn. I've not gone far in education, but I always learn. So I have an HR platform which has over 75 HRs in Ghana on it. Some are doctors, some are professors. I have not gone to that level, but I still teach them. Because I learn. And they are on it because they know that any issue that they want answers to, when they bring it, we can solve it. You have to learn continuously. Don't stop school after university. In fact, school, we don't finish school, we stop school. So don't stop school. You learn. Anything you can get your hands on. When you pick your phone, don't take it talk. Don't take it to talk. Don't go to YouTube and watch all those videos. By the time you realize 1 hour has passed. But if you took that time to go onto a university's website, and now all the universities, the big universities outside, now I'm here to say it, but most of the universities outside bring short information on certain career developments, certain things that you can learn. Because now the work market is getting to a point where, and I don't want to discourage you, Doc also said it, most companies, especially the international companies, are actually looking for what you can do, not your certificate. Because now they've realized that most people don't really learn anything in school, and some also even fake certificates. And they don't have time to come and ask their university if you came to school where you have it. They don't have that time. So what can you do? And then also they do that because sometimes you might have a CV with a beautiful work experience and all that, have years of working and all that, but maybe wherever you were working with, you didn't get the opportunity to do certain things that they want you to do there. So they are not looking at all those things. Me, if I'm recruiting and you bring CV, it is very plush. I'm not looking at that. I'll talk to you, and within 10, 15 minutes, I know that you have the person that you looking for, based on what you tell us. Somebody will tell you certain things. When you go to the net and type it, AI will give you that thing that you say. We are going to chew the AI and then just come to points at the interview. You could see that the person doesn't have what it takes to even do that. So continuous learning. Learn. The movies, minimize it. The TikTok, minimize it. The selfies, minimize it. Learn. We have a especially the ladies, they can go around taking selfies everywhere for like 30 to 40 minutes. And you wonder why they're taking the pictures. So continuous learning. Indulge yourself in learning. That's the only way you can get somewhere. The next one is assisting and observing others ahead of you in your chosen field. So this is where internships, attachments, and even volunteering comes in. So let's say you have a talent in sewing. You have finished the university and you really want to use it. There is nothing wrong with going to a tailor near your house who you think is very good to go and understand. There is nothing wrong. You are building a career. There is nothing wrong with observing someone who is even younger than you but has what you are looking for. There is nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong with assisting the person. There is nothing wrong. It's a problem at the website, especially people who are assisting others who are younger. He or she thinks that this guy, it's not about that. It's about what you want to learn. And if you are humble enough to do that, you'll be surprised how far you can go with your career. In today's world, it is also beneficial to have online presence. The online presence is a problem for me because I wouldn't say I'm at the end of my career, but when it comes to trainings and development, I don't really force myself to get somewhere because I have my own passion that I love doing, and that's the work that I love doing. I'm a landscape developer, and I love doing that. I love planting the flowers in people's houses. When I started, I said, my husband was like, hey, you guys embarrass me. And then there's nobody who say, lawyer, here, plan will bring their flowers. I said, that is what I love because I always come back to it. I always come back to it over the years. I've worked with the company that David is working with now. I was there for over 17 years as an HR, human capital development, whatever. But some way, somehow, on Saturday when I get to my car, unless my husband come and say, Ella, I'm hungry. And so I realized that this is something that I love doing. Why am I wasting so much time to start doing it? And as I said earlier, if you get your passion, it's good. If you get your passion in the career. So for me, online presence does not really. I see it as something that must take more of my time. Because if you expose yourself more, you get more jobs. It will take you from what you really love. But for you, if that is what will help you, you have to build a strong portfolio online. You have the LinkedIn's, you have the others, you know all about it. You have to take advantage of it. And one thing I would also chip in is don't put up false information just because you have seen it, that others are putting it out there. So I will use HR for example. You have people, if you go to their bios, or if they bring their CVs, they've written, they have done HR, maybe first degree, second degree, and then their competencies, human capital management, okay, capable of being an HR business partner. So sometimes I ask, there was one person who came and had that, and I asked, what is human capital management? And he said, no, it's just like HR. It's just like HR. I said, it's not just like HR. You're putting yourself in trouble. There are certain jobs you cannot learn it on the job. You have to bring it with you. You will only expose yourself if you write those things. So let's say you are an accountant and maybe some of the things, financial statements and end of year. And you are writing all those things, and you know you've not done something. Can you imagine when you go to the office and then from just the day one now your boss brings you this document, please enter this into the end of year financial statement. Hey, where are you going to get it from? I hope you understand. So please, the job experiences that you don't have, don't include in your bios, don't include in your CVs. It looks beautiful, but you've not got there yet. You can play around it just for the interviewer or the company to feel that you have to see that you have some knowledge of it, but don't include it. And then lastly, for those of you, and I think how many of you are working in schooling? Okay, that's good. So most of you are still doing it. So I would like to give you a little bit of advice, especially those who will be going out to do national service and all that. The career information we've got is good, but then how to get there too will be important. So just a few advice. The first thing is when you start your national service, don't treat it as a national service. Treat it as your first job. We have these cases where you go to the national service and then you put up this lackadaisical attitude. You don't involve yourself in anything. You are just there waiting to be sent before you go. That is not the best, because I have so many testimonies of people who have been retained based on how they performed. The strategy is you have to perform extremely well so that you will be indispensable. Sometimes they don't know that they are doing that to you, but at the end of the day they realize that they have created something that you weren't expecting. Because national service, when you go, they will be sending you file this, type this, put this here, put that here, put that. Then at the end of the day, when you are going, people will be asking, hey, if he goes, who is going to do this one? If he goes, who is going to do this one? They have no option than to retain you. So treat your national service as the first real job that you have. Put everything in it. If you don't get a job there, someone would hold your hand and give you a job because of how you have performed. And then also focus on experience, gaining experience, don't just be sitting around there. The third one is maintain positive and proactive attitude towards others. Exhibit professional work habits and ethics, just like in a real job. And if you are able to put all this in place, I'm sure you get something. So that will be the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please do it better for Madam Akli. Just like we did it for the first time, if you have any question, kindly put up your hand. We'll take 2 questions. Okay, 2 questions. And first one is from our speaker, Mary Afo.
Hello. So please, I have 2 questions actually. So the first one is about the experience for the CV. You were saying that we shouldn't lie and all that, which is fine. But let's say somebody has finished the university, and even if they've done NSS, which is just 1 year, and they are going to look for a job, they are looking for 5 years of experience. How should they put it? My second question is, what if you are doing your NSS and the place that you got is not productive? They send you on unnecessary errands, go and buy wache, which is very true. We see it on the media. I have a friend who actually experienced this, so it's not a false statement. What is your next step to do in that particular place? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, what she's saying is very true. So try and build yourself that you will be asked to go and buy wache.
Hello, I'm Agnes, and my question is, can you love a job or a career and later on dislike it? Maybe I'm into, or I go for a job that I really like it at the first moment, or a career that I really love it, but later on being in that job or career, I really even it's like it's draining me mentally or something like that. And is it possible that I can dislike it once I love it?
Can you dislike your job and love it at the same time? Standing by the fence.
Hello, thank you. So, I'm Kelvin. Mommy, if you are trying to transition from being a field salesperson to a remote salesperson, and you're trying to look for agencies that can help with that, the remote workspace, can you kindly advise on maybe agencies that are trustworthy to go to for such transitions? Thank you.
Because of time, we'll just take three, and then we'll have them pretty soon for a panel discussion so you can bring up the rest of the questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, so the first one is years of experience. It's something that we can't do away with. However, things are evolving, especially with companies that are manned by experts. We call something talent hunts. For them, they are even looking for students right from school. And where I used to work, we used to do that a lot. So they would come to tech, would go to the administration, would ask of the students that are good, then we tag them. So by the time they are ready to go for national service, we have written a letter for them to be posted there. So that one is helping fresh graduates too. But when we are praying that most companies will do that because it's really, really helped us. And even some people who came to do their national service without really inviting them, most of them we retain because they work well and we see that we can use them. And the secret is those people are the ones who are very loyal to the company. Because they are fresh, they stick to you. They don't have any other experience. And if you take good care of them, they stick to you. So it's a very difficult issue, but I'm hoping that other companies will. And then the second one is unnecessary jobs. So with this one, the thing is, if you are idle, they will send you. That's what I said. If you go for your national service, try and get in there to work. You know where the opportunities are. You know where the jobs are. You know that maybe this secretary or this manager needs to file something. Go there yourself. Please, can I help you file? Is there something I can type for you? Is there this? Go and ask. You don't wait. If you wait, they will be sending you around. Because it's like, okay, you are not ready to learn anything, so go and buy food. And the career that you don't like, from my experience, if you don't like a career, then it's a job, it is not your career. Because your career is something that you love doing. It comes natural. You cannot dislike it. Then it's not your career, it's not your field. You don't get tired of career. God has made it that way. It's like saying that you are tired of drawing, but you are an artist. So what else do you want to do? You can get other things, but that thing will still be ringing at the back of your head. And you would want to do it. If only you are disciplined, like I said, and you are consistent enough. So you have to check that. The moment you dislike it, then it's not something that you like. From the first instance, it's always something that you like. Agencies was sales, right? So I felt like sales. I cannot recommend agencies because agencies are a bit problematic. But what I can say is, if you are into sales and you want to come you say you want to come to the office from the field to remote work, you have to try and then look for companies that have those opportunities. Now the problem is that sometimes they might be full. But the advantage about salespeople is just like marketing people, you do things for commission. So you can go and then let them know that you work for commission. Yes, you are volunteering. Sometimes it's difficult. you won't even get paid. But the thing is that if you work well, and even they are not paying you, at the end of the day, no human being will say go like that. They will give you something small. And then with time, if you prove yourself, they will absorb you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful session. We are not leaving you halfway. We want you to tap as much as you can in this session. So we're going to have the very first panel discussion. And I'd like us to move this a little bit beside. Please, can I have people help me do this? All right, so this very one is going to, I'm going to call out the panelists and they're going to help us to gain clarity or insights into becoming a competitive candidate in today's job market. And so leading or helping me carry out with this panel discussion, I'm going to invite, first of all, Madam Adelaide, once again, how do you need to climb up for me? Please let's give it up for her. I would also invite to the podium Madam Sandra to also take her seat. And then we also invite Mr. Gideon Amwa, Amwa. Gideon Amwa. Please let's give it up for him too. And then finally, Mr. Emmanuel Abuaje to take his seat. All right, so we would briefly wait for Mrs. Adelaide to also take her seat so that we get right into it. But before then, I would like just a little question, a little introduction from our panelists. A lot of us don't know them, and so you can just introduce yourself with this brief period.
Okay, so my name is Emmanuel Abuaje. So I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a lecturer, and a pastor. So that's it.
Oh, please give it up for him.
Okay, so my name is Sandra Abime Echampo. I'm an HR consultant and the founder of Life 360.
Okay, my name is Gideon Echam Amwa. I'm a psychologist. I am a HNS practitioner, health and occupational health and safety practitioner. I'm a political activist and a community leader as well. If I say a community leader, what I mean is that I am an assembly member. Yeah.
Please give it up to them. Give it up. So we'll have Madam Adelaide join us and then we'll get through it. Please, you can use this time to go on to LinkedIn. Type their names, follow them. They share insightful things on their platform, so I think we can take advantage of that and then we network as well. Thank you so much. Madam Adelaide, you're welcome. Please, are there other extra microphones for our panelists, or we should just manage the two? Did you? You're even taking my own too. All right. So we'll get to it. The very first one. So let me just give a brief background. So we are saying, for many young Africans, the traditional pathway has been simple: graduate, prepare a CV, apply for jobs, and wait. However, today's world is changing. Employers are looking beyond certificates, and opportunities are increasingly influenced by skills networks, visibility, and adaptability. Doc said so much about that. Madam Adelaide also did the same thing. But my question, first of all, is directed to our HR officers over here. So, first of all, we want to know, many young graduates believe academic qualifications are enough. What additional skills or behaviors separate outstanding candidates from average candidates? So, Madam Adit and Madam Sandra, who would want to take the first bit?
Okay, so in Doctor's presentation and Mrs. Ad's presentation, make speaking word of character. Character is one of the things that HRs are also looking out for. You would have the certificate, you will have the technical skills, but sometimes your presentation, how you present yourself, how your character comes out of your attitude and everything, makes you want to think this person cannot work here because there's a culture, there's a belief in the organization, and to bring someone in, they are looking for someone who will buy into that. So you don't see that in you by speaking to you in the next 10, 15 minutes, then that is it. And sometimes people tend to forget that people that we are walking around are the same people that we recommend us, and they are putting their social capital on you. So if that comes across negative, the person doesn't recommend you to anyone again. So I would say one of the things that HRs or employees are looking out for is character, behavior. What are you bringing on board in terms of your personality?
Okay, so please still have the mic. On the back of that, I would like to ask, which skills do you believe young Africans should prioritize over the next 2 to 3 years? So we want to know the skill sets that young Africans should prioritize over the next 2 to 3 years.
From my experience, aside the technical skills that you have in your industry or your career that you want to build, I think you should build a growth mindset. That is one key thing because you have to relearn, unlearn, and learn. And if that mindset is not there, you always lay back and not be ready to push yourself for the next level. So having a good mindset is key, and having a good character. I'll hammer on that again because I've seen where character has taken people in a different level, irrespective of the technical skills the person had. So that's what I'll say.
Please let me back to her as Madam Ade takes her. Let's say answer as well.
Yes, as she said, character is very important because everything that you learn in school is just something to give you an idea of what is out there. Everywhere you go, especially in bigger companies, you'll be trained on the job. So when you are being interviewed, we are not looking at what you've learned. We are looking at your character. Are you trainable? Are you manageable? Are you someone who customers will feel comfortable with? And sometimes it's difficult to assess it during the interview, but then, even if you are employed and during your probation, you exhibit characters that are not good, it will take you out. So the most important skills that we look for is someone who is trainable and has a good character. For the technical skills, we will train on it.
So with the skills, do you have any, she mentioned building growth mindset. Do you have some skills to also give to our youngsters over here what they should actually prioritize in terms of skills, aside the technical ones?
The soft skills should also be very important because if you get into the job market and you don't even know how to communicate, you always have problems with your colleagues. And mind you, some companies will prefer letting you go than letting 3 or 4 people go. Because there are certain people, because of them, some people leave the company because of their soft skills. They are not good communicators. They are not problem solvers, always getting the team in trouble. They are not team players. So if you don't learn these things, being a team player, analytical thinker, problem solver, it will be difficult to maintain the job. As much as there are no jobs out there, some also get jobs, but how to maintain it is another thing. And now it's not like those times I would say, oh, it's okay, let's or maybe the public sector, you can be in and get rolling with them. In the private sector, it's not like that. They can dismiss you or terminate your appointment at any time. So the soft skills are very important. So that even if you are not doing well, you are trainable, you are manageable, people can cope with you. Teams can cover you. I hope you get it. I know all those things.
Thank you so much. You wanted to.
So, from an employer perspective, I've been in different businesses. I employ people for over 17 years now. I think that when I see somebody, what I'm looking for, the essence of work is to solve a problem. Your skill you have might not be relevant to us. The problem with us now is that we want things to be given to us. You see, if I have a problem at workplace, I want somebody who will go home in the night, think about it, and come and solve it for me. So that's what I tell my managers always. I tell them, I don't have the time to be around. One day I remember I was in a meeting and somebody called me, one of my managers was calling me heavy. And I told them what it by me. I won't mind you. When I come and you know that I'll sack you. So we need people who will solve problems for us. Africa, we are waiting for somebody to solve problems for us. You know, when you go to Britain, British Library, they posted something big there. Those of you who have been there, you see that there's a huge board liberating Peter Drucker. He said that when we say somebody knows something, it's either he has it in his head, or he knows where to find it. So we have been taught to camp, see, that was memorizing, producing. We are not taught to do the other side, to go and find. That's where your HANA is. You will be promoted faster if you are able to go and search for the solution and bring it. I don't care what you know. Do you get it? I don't care what you know. And your skill you have today will be obsolete the next minute because invention and happiness obsolete just the following day. Do you get it? So you have to build yourself such that be somebody who is a system thinker. You know, you are a problem solver. When you enter somewhere, don't be a complainer. When the lady was saying that they sent you, what he said, it's okay. Why would we send you? You know, go and report yourself. Go and tell your direct reports that I want you to mentor me. I want to learn more. How can I help you? Can I type? Oh, this thing that you are doing. You know, I remember. Okay, I don't have to talk later. I was going to share a story with you, but later.
Much. I think the last statement, I was actually trying to get who said it. The person said, and solve it. And that becomes a lifetime, source of income to you. As a young person, what problem are you identifying? We should shift our focus from the classroom, passing all my IAs, my midterms, exams, projects. We do projects, tons of projects every year, but we come out and then nothing to show for it. That's why we're having this conversation. another question, a set of questions. This is actually directed to Mr. Gideon Amwa. So, Sarah, your question is: many young people wait until they need a job before building relationships. How important is professional networking and positioning before opportunities arise? And then the follow-up. So after that, you give us practical steps one can take today to start building their professional network.
Okay, thank you very much. So if I get your question clear, the point is, do we have to wait to get a job before we connect to people?
Exactly.
Is that the point? Good. So the point is that whenever you are being born into this, you have your own potentials. The potential that you have, most of them depends on where you are being educated. So psychologists will tell you that the environment you find yourself, okay, will be the beginner of how you behave when you grow up. So if you are born in an environment where opportunities are not given, okay, where in your house you are not being given opportunity to do certain things that you are supposed to do. Mind you, some people are introverted naturally, some people are extroverted naturally. And so you do not have to wait to get a job before you connect. No. No. So I always advise that if you are an introvert person, you should find a way to, build up. Because if you find yourself to be more introvert, at the end of the day, people will even think you don't want to get close to them. So they will also have to, resist. Okay? So my point is that you do not have to get a job before you have to create the connections or get the relationship that you're supposed to get. No. Sometimes your own attitude or the thing that an effort you put, okay, can get you a job. I remember when we were in the final year that we wanted to find a place to do our national service. Everybody wants to do the national service at a bigger institution. Oh, I want to go to GRA, I want to go to this place. So I think Manu was talking about when you are doing your national service, you should take it as the professional work. It's going to help you because at the point where you are doing your national service, even though you are doing your national service, if you take it as a main job, your professional job, the beginning of your professional job, at the end of the day, that is going to create you a link to get your permanent job. I don't know if you get my point. Yes, so for that one, it's very important. It is very, very important. You need not to, get a job before you create the link. Sometimes your attitude within the environment can help you get a link somewhere. Someone within the community that you think, oh, he's nobody. Maybe in his family has someone within the family can help you. So through your good character, the way you relate well with people, okay, through that can help you earn a job. That can help you prosper. So I'm using myself as a typical example. Honorable Onyinye Champon, who is the MP for Kwame East, it's my boss. So I think when we were in level 200, I decided to gather the tertiary students within Kwame East and form a forum where our interest is to fight for the student needs within the municipality. You find a lot of people being in trouble, brilliant people do not have need to go to school or further and other stuff. So I thought to myself, no, we need to gather ourselves, find a way, mobilize people, move to one office to the other, and then see how best we can help the kids, those in primary, JHS, whatever that we could do to support them, we should find a way. And through this effort, some of us, it paved the way for us. So I did my national service at ICOM Ghana. When I was going, there was no health and safety professional in the company. When I got to ICOM Ghana, the safety officer just left a week that I came as a national service personnel. So and my boss was like, Charlie, I know what you can do. So you also did psychology. I did psychology at my degree, the degree level. I did psychology. So there was no relation, even though there's a bit of correlation between psychology and that of health and occupational safety. But you see, just as Madam was saying, you need not to find a job before you build the links. Certain characters of you, okay, would have to pave way for you. I don't know if I'm speaking plenty, but my point is that your character, when you find yourself, your environment must help you to get connections before you find a job.
Let's give it a hand. Yes, sir.
I don't know why a lot of people always work on connection. Let me change your perspective. The Bible says something, said that a man's gate will make room for him. You know that Muhammad's driver has his number. And his house help has his number. Service. Serve. You see, once you are good, he will come for you. Like people say, he didn't say what he can do, he proved it. There are people meet you, oh, can I get a number? Can I get a number? It doesn't mean anything. Work hard. Be a problem solver. Be a critical thinker. When there's a problem, solve. Do you know, interestingly, let me show you something. Do you know who recommended David to Saul? Now, how many of you know who recommended? The Bible, those who don't do their quiet time, they are guilty. Who recommended who? Who? No. Something that I'm going to read your Bible again. It was another servant. When Saul needed somebody who's going to do that, he said to Saul that I know a guy. You know, servants know servants. Police people know police people. Doctors know doctors. They were all servants. So sometimes you are thinking you need big connection. Your own colleagues are your witness. One will tell the father, look, my friend, me, very good artist. If you go anywhere, let me give you a shortcut. If you go anywhere, and people don't notice because you are not good. If you don't come to me and they are there, you come and say, they did a job, I asked them, what was your job? I've been sitting home for 2 years. I know you are not good. Chances I will employ you is less. If you are a wise man, why am I not selling? If you are a good salesperson, why am I not selling Isota? No, if you are, have you seen any good person? Have you seen Google publishing that they want a CEO before? Have you seen Facebook saying, no, they don't do that, they poach. Anybody who is good is not sitting idle. Have you seen some people? If you are sitting idle for 1 year, you are not good. Don't say things to, you are not good. It's simple as that. No. I started my first season when I was level 200. There's no country I've gone that I've not started a business. I do it. I'll sell something. Look, when I finished university, I started selling eggs. I put on my tag. Those days, we didn't know what was the gold tie that we were putting on. And then I'll move on to the chobas. So, but I can't wait. Finish that, and then you go sell something. You are selling. And so that's how people find you. Then my first board I sat on, I started a business. This house maintenance. Yeah. So I have artisans and I'll go around. Working now, go and tell somebody, if you have electrical problems, you have plumbing problem, And then one of my staff was my mate at school. So I asked her, can I work with me? And she came and she was doing around like how I'm doing. That's how we could do. We didn't have a car, we didn't have anything. Then she entered one house and they said, oh, we can do plumbing for you. And the woman said, who is your boss? And so, oh, he's not they brought me. We walked there from Bukumimle to the place where we got there. I said, wow, they were a housing organization from UK, big company, that they had come to Ghana and they wanted me. I said, so he asked me a few questions. He said, this is what we do. That's what we are into housing. And the woman asked me, can you do this? Can you do it? And she brought me on the board. And the board I sat on, the Ministry of Housing, Minister of Housing was on it, the CEO of that, big people. And I was just a graduate, about 25 years, 26 years. And the same people, when I went to UK, they gave me 3-bedroom apartment. Why would that happen? Just small things. So you are thinking of going to take somebody's number and all that. Just serve. Just serve. Whatsoever your hand find to do it with your might. Serve. See somebody. They are there, like they are doing this program. Play a role, can I be an usher? Don't say, this lady can smile. That's all. And they will come for your number. That person, that gentleman, can I get his number? When you are going about, can I get your number? I don't know what I say. We don't have a connection anymore. No.
I don't know, sometimes the mindset of us, it's not good at all. So just as you were saying, way back, some of us were from poor family. My mom do not have, my dad do not have. When you vacate, we need to come. Work with my dad, work with my mom. No. But my Bessia, not me spring roll, me polo. No, I remember about 300 in UCC. I was selling Afracap. I don't know if you've heard of Afracap before. Yes, Afracap. No, I was selling Afracap. I was moving from one hostel to the other. Even though on campus I was popular. So I was selling this Afracap. And one day, we had a course called entrepreneurship. It was a new course they mounted in UCC way back. So one of our lecturers, we had a discussion, and they were teasing me. They were talking Africa, we are casting house, Africa, baby, house, fruit juice. So one day, they were not lecturing all Indians. No, this man, they were, or what's a mood teasing me, what's when you sort out to be a mommy. Okay, make her enter the office. So one day, me go around office with a drink. Now, me share me apron, me share me well dress. Me bought tie correct. No matter my inner. Me run office. No, should I stock your fridge for you? I mean tasting it. Then pineapple juice. It's nice. Okay, let me try this one too. Okay, let me try this one. So we were there and a different lecturer came into the other office. Not knowing the one who came there was my life changer. Every blessed week I stock their fridge. The business department. No, every blessed week I stock their fridge. So we go to a time when SLCR is having a program. Kobe, where is Kobe? Charlie, we need a fuck up. When Grassa is doing a program, we need a fuck up. On the day of elections, come and see. Those that were laughing at me, we're trying to Charlie Kobe, we're young boy. Then we make sales. I don't know the we are. We make sales. Actually, I say, okay, in your way, okay, what way. So seniors, and through that, it has built us a critical somewhere. So please, don't sit there, don't be idle and say, maybe. No. Please, some of us are background way back, and no, don't make a joke. You do not have a helper. Your helper is the effort you put for someone to see and recommend you. Thank you.
These definitely two questions are actually not here, but I just want to bring that on board. But before I do that, let me ask question and then we'll get to that one. So I want to find out from you, with your experience, international experience, what mindset shift is needed for young Africans who want to compete for global opportunities? And to it, we are saying, what should someone without international experience do to become globally competitive?
Let me recommend a book for you. There's a man called Jim Collins. He's written Good to Great. He's the same. He also written Build to Last. Most of us, our mindset is that we want to be successful. You see, success is relative. Right? Don't think about that. Be effective. Say with me, effective. When we say someone is effective, it means you are goal attainment. If they say move this table from here to here, you are able to do it. If you go to America, we sat in class with them. They are not more than they are not better than us. The only difference, these people they are effective. When you say they should do A, B, and C, they will do it. They will find a way. Your mindset is our mindset that kills us. When you say finding a way to solve the problem. Have you seen the ball we play, the football World Cup we play? They were watching, but they don't care whether you come from Manchester or you come from London. They don't care. What they care about is you have solved the problem. America was built on 14 different principles. One of them is that you are everywhere by merit. I'm just giving you a picture of how the world operates. They are not like us Africans. The current Prime Minister of Canada, he was the former Bank of England governor. He was not an English person. Can you imagine a Nigerian being a Bank of Ghana governor? Can you imagine that? You see, it tells you the minds of Africans. The Western world, they don't care where you are coming from. When you can solve a problem, you be on international platform. One of my professors is a top Americans, an American, Asian, and all that. He said that when you come and tell us what you know, come and show us what you know. Prove to us. So develop yourself. Develop yourself to get results. I remember they wanted somebody to do something, and then the people were giving excuse, and the man said, "Let me give you some. Go to Iman, the Imam, but go and tell him. He will do it for you." He didn't tell. The people didn't tell me, but they just came and told me that they said, "We should tell you this." Blah, blah, blah. And then when I finished, the man said, "I told you he will do it." You see, effectiveness. Ghana, if you want to be rich, I'll show you the secret. There are two things we are not. Majority. We are not time conscious. So if you are time conscious, you can be easily successful. Number two, you are qualified. So if you are hardworking, you'll be successful. Just do these two things. You know why the Lebanese people and the Chinese, when they can become successful? These are the two things. You just observe them. You will see that when you are asleep, they are serious. How many of you have worked with the Lebanese before? Or you've not? How many have you worked with the Indians and the? Yeah, now even Ghanaians are employing Indians to become managers, and they are moving the guy. Or better than or better will travel boat. Like that, he will steal from you. And he will not steal to prosper the business, he will steal to kill the business. Do those things and you will be in everywhere in the world. Bible says, see a man diligent at his work. He will stand among kings, not near men. The Amplified version said that you will not be relegated. When we are playing for the first level. Because you are not effective, you are always on the bench. Where do they pick the players? During training. When they give you, there's a program called Lean Six Sigma. Those of you who want to be more effective, this is one of the course. It's called Lean Six Sigma. When they give you 1,000 opportunities, how many will you get wrong? If you get the Six Sigma person gets 0.34, it's not one like, it's not 0.34% too. When you divide 1, 0.34, you are Sigma 6. So they rate, everything we rate too. So don't be here and be thinking we don't rate things. So when they give you, when they give you 100 opportunities, 60 will be wrong. The customer came 60 up 100 times, 60 you have it wrong. You are a cook. When you cook 60, 100 times, 60 any day. Are you getting what I'm saying? When you are able to achieve that kind of pedigree, there is no door in the world you can enter. And there's no place they will accommodate you. You'll be everywhere.
So, Doc, when you look, we have seen that the internet has made everywhere a global stage for us. Are we young people using the internet for the right reasons, or because we just probably want to get for? Are we using the internet for the right reasons? Take TikTok for instance. It's a place that I'm sure when you're doing something worth it and impactful, it's going to travel very far. But our current crop of generation, I actually don't see where we are taking this digitization to, where we are taking it to. Please, can you speak briefly to that?
Digitization or AI, all those things are upon us, right? Whether we like it or not, and become part of us. How you leverage it to become successful is up to you. Now let me make this one. Technology is a neutral entity. When I say neutral entity, it's neither bad or good. It doesn't know the poor, it doesn't know the rich. If you are able to leverage it, if you are using your TikTok to watch comedy, you won't be successful with it. How many of you have used any AI tools? I think that Dr. Bia, when he mentioned AI tools. AI is there to assist you. I use AI a lot. I think with it. When I say I think, I met a lawyer and I told the lawyer that think with your AI in all your cases before you go to court. You can literally engage AI to learn. You get it? Well, what is management? Management is by AI. Like the questions you ask, the questions she's asking me, I can engage with an AI to maybe ChatGPT or Claude. I can engage with it. I will be a master of the topic. When you get a ChatGPT, when a man gives you what he had, what does it mean? You are missing the point. And then you have Instagram. So now in many countries, Australia, they are banning it because there are no people are using it for the wrong reason. Use the things you learn, post it on it. If you start now posting good things, somebody, an employer, will see. When you are going to take visa, you know they use it. You're sitting before them now, they Google your name, they see you on Facebook, they look at everything. We share your name, it's a whoop. They deny you. They will go to TikTok, they look at what you are doing. This guy, he's not a good person. But if you have been using it, posting an idea, you are in class, then the lecturer says something interesting, you post it, so people are receiving things. I have quotes I put every morning, I post just on my status. And I was surprised. The people who watch just the status, big people who have their, of course, who don't have their number. Big people, if I mention their name, you'll be surprised. Every morning they will come and check. every morning. One day I did post and one person called there. Why did you? I always read it, keep posting. And I've been doing it for the past 3 years. Every morning, Monday to Sunday. So use social media properly. It is not there to steal from you. It is there to enhance you, to make you somebody better. Are you getting it? So use it properly, especially the AI tools. Everything you are doing there is an AI tool for it. Everything now. Everything now. So keep.
Thank you so much. So we'll take 30 seconds advice from all of our panelists, and then we'll get right into the rest of the program. So we'll start with Mr. Gideon Amwa. Any advice you have for us today as young people, youngsters who are striving to be better in our careers?
Okay, thank you very much. What I want to say is that whatever you know how to do and do it best. Whatever skills you have, don't think about what people are saying. Don't look out to what people are doing. Give out your best. If you know how to communicate, communicate it very well. If you know how to participate, participate very well. If you are an extrovert, make good use of your extrovert. If you are an introvert, please do your possible best to build up. Okay? Build up. Find your way out, especially when you think or you feel things that you are doing or things that you've seen could help you get a better future. I always tell people that when I get the opportunity, myself, I am an extrovert person. Maybe someone might say, even though I'm a debater, I like to talk. So maybe I also pekasa. Whenever you meet, like what my boss was saying, you might not know the things that could take you up. Do and do it best. And I believe with the effort that we make, when we pray, God is also going to help us get to where we want to get to. Do your best.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so what I would add to it is let's have the heart to serve and take away the sense of entitlement. As young adults now, we have that sense of entitlement. We are entitled. You are not entitled to it. You have to earn it. So the heart of serving, that's one thing I would say, and take away the sense of entitlement.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so let me expose you. You want alone. There's one thing that we are not taught as Ghanaians. So when you go out there, when you travel, you see that that is one thing that has separated us from them. And I want to know. How many of you have read a book this year? I'm not talking about lecture notes. How many of you have read one book this year? What is around? It's not TSCP, those books you'll be reading. Not your lecture notes. Genuinely, you've read a book. Let me advise you. When you go abroad, they are raised with reading. They are entertained. So when you sit in church where you see people are watching English, it's different. When you go abroad, you see them in the train, they are reading. Cultivate the habit of reading. The moment you are able to push through a book, you have built, research have shown that your brain physically and chemically has changed. You are not the same person. Like you are sitting here as we speak, your brain is changing. So please, make it a point that even if you can't read one book a week, do one a month. But if you can do one book a week, by the time you finish your university, you are no children. you are a tough person to reckon with. I'm telling you the truth. Everywhere you sit, when you go and do your service, the moment you speak, they will say, "Who is this?" You will immediately be recognized. So I've given you that is the one thing I want to leave with you. From now, go and get relevant books that relate to what you want to see yourself to be in 10 years' time. If you are doing finance and accounting, find books about finance, business, read it, and podcasts. And you know your TikTok. Do you know that when you watch a business something, the algorithm of TikTok is that it will begin to suggest. Some of you, if I take your phone right now, know who you are. When I check your YouTube, I check TikTok, I check Instagram, I'll know. Some of you will see the way, then which means that that's what you, in 10 years' time, the thing you are watching, you will become it. So, even if you can't read, on YouTube, start listening to audiobooks, talks. I follow Siri, if I show you my podcast. There are about 5,000 something billionaires on this. Every week I follow one. Every week. Because I'm a CEO. So when you're open, if right now I open my YouTube and I show you, you say you keep on suggesting to me. Keep on suggesting. So you won't get me going to say, I don't know where I will meet that comedy. Because I don't watch it. So do that and you will empower your knowledge and enhance your competence in this 21st century.
Thank you so much. Madam Agnes.
Okay, so as my colleague said, learn to serve. Learn to do things voluntarily. Volunteer to work with people. Now that you are in school, when you vacate, you have friends, you have families, you have neighbors. Neighbors who are maybe into businesses that you wish to work with or in line with in future. Opt to work with them for free. You are not expecting anything. They would also not leave you like that, at least your TNT. You are building confidence, you are building work ethics, you are building yourself towards the working world after you have completed your national service. Don't sit and say, I'm waiting till I finish school before I work. Familiarize yourself with the working sector. Do things for free. Go to the offices, go to the shops, help them. And with time, you unconsciously you create a circle, you create connections for yourself. People will recommend you for jobs, others will also pick you if you are lucky. But sell yourself out there. Don't wait till you are ready to work before you start selling yourself.
Thank you so much.
One of the most powerful Bible verse for me. Yes. For the past 10 years, Proverbs chapter 3, verse number 5 to 8. Proverbs chapter 3, verse number 5 to 8. Trust in the Lord with all your hearts, and lean not unto your own understanding. In all your ways, acknowledge him, and he shall direct your path. Be not wise in your own eyes. Fear the Lord, and depart from evil. It shall be a health that would, help to wound all your problems, and your life shall never be the same. Before we did. Me na na de maami ogbon mi turo saa nti baby amako bia the last thing I do and I tell people that keep on reading Proverbs chapter 3 verse number 5 to 8 and your life shall never be the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists. We want to thank you extraordinarily for reminding us that opportunities are not only found They are indeed created through preparation, relationships, and continuous improvement. And to our audience, thank you for sitting through this insightful panel discussion. We'll let our panelists also take their seat, and then we'll continue with the rest of the program. Thank you so much. Please give it up to them. These things are not taught in our schools. You won't have any lecturer giving you this. You won't have any curriculum spelling out this kind of wisdom to us. So we want to appreciate them once again. Please let's give it up for them once again. Please can we have the podium back? All right, thank you so much. At this point, much apologies again for not starting on time. We've dragged everything far. We're very sorry. We're going to have another presentation. When you look at the theme for this year, we said, winning in today's Africa, jobs, businesses, and income opportunities for young Africans or young people. One area of interest for a lot of people is to be able to combine their work, their daily life. If they are married, their marriage. If they already have children, how they can also cater for their children. That is where remote jobs comes in. And so we have an expert here who is going to give a presentation on how we'll be able to get our... Okay. So that's... Hello, okay. So this aspect is going to explain to us or give us insights about how participants understand. Okay. So how they understand, how they can understand and pursue remote and global careers. She's in the person of Miss Mary Afo, and she's the founder of Affluence Academy. Please let's give it up for her as she comes to the stage.
Hi guys, hey, sorry, I'm a little bit Gen Z. Hi everyone. First of all, so I would like to say something that Dr. Ivan said. Most of the times as youth and then Africans, we go for a program and we just listen to everything that somebody has to say, and then we go and that's all. So for me, my time is very precious to me, and I do things with all my heart. So if you are here and you just want to listen to it without taking action, I would like to kindly go and stand there when I finish, and you come here, because I wouldn't want a situation whereby everything I'm coming to say, you just go back to your hostels, your house, and then you don't do anything about it. Thank you. How many of us are DBs here? I just want to see the DBs. Is there any DB here? And how many of us are having plans here after school? I mean, most of you here, you are in the university. Do you have any plans? Has somebody promised you a job? Do you have some family business and all that? No problem, don't answer. Another question I would also like to ask is, what is the biggest thing holding you back right now from learning a digital skill and then from becoming a remote worker or somebody who would like to be outside a traditional 9 to 5? Yeah, don't answer as well. Now, who you are looking at is Mary Afo. You are looking at the daughter of a farmer and then a cassava seller. But then also you are looking at a founder of an academy where we train people with a digital skill. And then also an alumni of Ken USD. So just last year, I also used to come for programs just like how you are seated here. And today, I am here to speak to you. Isn't it wonderful? Yeah. Am I speaking too much? I have so many questions to ask you. What if there's a company right now in the United States or UK or Canada, name it, and they would like to hire somebody? Our speakers have spoken about solving a problem. Let's say they have a data to analyze. So they would like to hire somebody that can analyze their data. But they're looking for somebody. What if? Don't answer. Please, who is taking care of the slides for us? As I said, my name is Maria. I'm not going to go through all of these because I think this will do. I'm a virtual operations and content support specialist, and also a founder of an academy. And I have experience in all the operational side, the project management, the social. You cannot box me. That is one thing about me. I'm very versatile. So I can go on and tell you a whole lot about me. But you can take time and go to Google and Google as well. Thank you. Now, we are coming to talk about building the remote career. We've heard from our speakers, they're talking about the traditional side, what HRs are also looking for, and all that. But one thing about the two of us, we are very lazy. Are you not lazy? Some of you want to sit at the comfort of your house. What if you are seated in your car or your room with your laptop? And you just be working and then you get money, you just be working and then getting paid every month. Wouldn't you choose that over 9 to 5? Who wouldn't want that? You don't want that. You want to be chasing the bus at Tech Junction. By the way, let's look at the new world. So we are coming to talk about the remote side. I'm coming to take you out of Ghana small. We are coming to talk about the new world of work. Now, this is the old contract. It has assumed one employer, one office, one country, one straight line path from degree to job. That is what most of us know. So you are here. Let's say you are studying social work. Maybe there's a company that employs social workers. So you are praying when you are done. You go there, you submit your application, they hire you. That is the old part. That contract is training even in the world's largest economies. Longer graduate job searches, degree inflation, slower entry hiring. So it's not just Ghana that those who graduate are not getting jobs. If you are thinking it's only Ghana, you are mistaken. A lot of countries are also facing the same thing. Now, another thing about the new world of working is the labor market has shifted from credentials to proof of skills. So we are coming to talk about skills here. Everything we are talking about here is practical, and that is why I asked from the onset, if you are somebody who listens and it goes here and go, I don't like to waste my time. So the new world is what we are coming to talk about. It has shifted from credentials to proof of skills. We heard from our speakers. You go for, and I like the other woman, Mrs. Adelaide. The reason I like her is because even as of today in Ghana and even other parts of Africa, there are HRs that are very traditional. They don't know that the world has evolved. So when you submit your CV, they still would like to take a look at the 5 years of experience you're having, even though you just finished school. Instead of thinking, oh, this person has data analytics skills, or this person has data entry skills, or this person can do this. They don't look at that part. Now, another thing is, according to the World Economic Forum's Future of Jobs Report 2025, employers expect nearly 39% of core workplace skills to change by 2030. Isn't it a shame that you spend 4 years, 5 years, or even 6 years, depending on the course that you are studying, pay school fees? Some of you can't even get broken heart on top to waste your time. And you finish school and you don't even know how to type. You don't know data entry. You don't even know how to use the laptop. I know about 50% of us sitting here are past. Forgive me, I'm very straight and straightforward, so I might say something. I know you are past, but isn't it strange? Just sit down and think about it. Isn't it strange that I'll finish 4 years in the university and I don't know how to use a laptop? I don't know how to type. Now let's look at the global remote economy and why this is the best time to build remote career. I know I've not talked about what is remote career, what is she talking about? You are speaking about remote, we'll get there. But let's look at why this is the best time as somebody in the university to build a remote career. So according to Upwork's Future Workplace Index 2026 report, I don't know, you might not know Upwork, we'll get to that. Using 2024 earnings data, freelancers collectively generated $1.5 trillion in earnings in 2024. That is 2024. We are in 2026, so it might be more than this. Not billion, trillion. Now, when you speak of freelancers, it's a form of remote work, and we'll get to that as well. Now, this money is very huge. It's your part. It's your part. So that is the earnings that freelancers, this is a form of remote workers, they generated in 2025. And I'm proud to say the 2026 data, my money is bad. The World Bank estimates that between 154 million and 435 million people currently perform online gig work globally. And this is where I want to bring your mind on board. So most of you here, even when you hear about online jobs, the first thing you think about is, hey, it's a scam. Are you sure? Hey, you these people, and all that. But this is from the World Bank. You can Google it. 154 million and then 135 million people currently perform online gig work globally. So location is not a factor here. It is when you come to my academy. I can show you. But for now, just know that you can still be in Ghana and then what? Work remotely. Because of time, I'm not going to go to all that. According to the same Upwork Future Workplace Index, 89% of freelancers report having more work opportunities than the year before against 95 workers. I'm not even going to use Upwork. According to Mariafo, if you go home, then you write it down. According to Mariafo, you can finish this school and still stay in the house for 7 years, 8 years without a job. According to Mariafo. And somebody can learn a skill and then the person can get a job within 1 week, 2 weeks. It doesn't mean everybody can get the same job within 1 week, 2 weeks. But the truth of the matter and the beauty of getting a skill is you might not know where your opportunity will come from. So my students, which I know some of them are here, they are looking at me. One of the things I always tell them, you don't know where your next opportunity is coming from. Sometimes we start a cohort. Cohort means we have started the training. And within the first three weeks of the training, somebody came, Coach, I've gotten a job. Coach, this company has reached out to me from the US. Somebody also finished 1 year before the person gets a job. But the beauty is you have a skill. The beauty is you can solve a problem. And so you might never know where you will meet somebody who can solve their problem. Yesterday when I was coming, I met this businessman and then I just speak to him. And I said, I like your page. He took my number. As I'm speaking to you, he has reached out. But that's not even the case. Let me even shock you. As we were seated here, exactly 10:08 a.m. with Ashley, she saw it. Just when the speaker was speaking, the message. Hi Mary, I am from Amazon. I saw your profile and I have a group of clients. I want you to operate for them. She saw it. So the beauty is you having a skill. Just when we were seated here, and I still haven't even replied to the person. Now, the infrastructure to make all this possible, they exist. The payment platform, let's say you are thinking, okay, let's say I get a skill, I get employed, how will I get payment? That's not what you're supposed to think about. They exist. When it comes to the collaboration software, what are the tools you are supposed to learn in order to work remotely? They exist. You are not the one to manufacture the tools. What are the freelance marketplaces? So many job boards, so many websites. They exist. And what are the companies that are actively hiring? They also exist. And not just companies, people that are actively looking for problem solvers. And we'll come to that. So in case you are thinking, okay, now you are saying all these things, how will I get money? Who is going to hire me? What are the skills and all that? I want to tell you all these infrastructures exist. Please the next slide. Okay, now that I've given you what we just did is just the preamble. I just wanted to draw your attention to what remote job is evolving to and how our career is shifting. So we are going to look at what actually is remote job. So remote job is very simple. It's a simple English. So remote, working from a location outside a traditional employer's physical office. So let's say this is an office, all this place is an office that people work here. You are not coming to work here. That is number one. Using digital tools to communicate. When as it stands now, if you go to companies in Ghana and even other African countries, as it stands now, you will see them that they write the data on sheets. Especially those who own stores. But then isn't it a shame that you are in the university and your mother or your father or your family has a store, and whenever the customer buys something, you document them in a book? What if water slips on it or something? What is the daughter will tear it? Anything can happen. So you use digital tools. That is number two. I hope you are thinking of what I'm thinking. Number three, collaborate. Remote job is our collaboration. And number four, you deliver the result regardless of geography. By the way, I study geography and rural development. It has nothing to do with what I'm doing. Don't worry. Now, what we are trying to say in a very simple and plain language is, you are working. It's not like you are not working. It is a form of job where you are working, but you are not in a traditional office or a physical place. Like if this is an office, as I used as an example, you are not here. Then you are also using systems and digital tools. So that means you have to have a sharp brain. So you are using digital tools to collaborate, but that is not the only part. The most important part is you are doing all these things to deliver what? Results. So me and you, I don't know about you. Me, I can't go and early 5 a.m. look for church. If you are still looking for church 5 a.m., don't worry, your time will come. This is not a straight bomb to you, but I'm using that as an example. So I can't go and look for church 5 a.m. to go to an office. It doesn't mean everybody here can become a remote worker. That's the truth. Some of you can become CEOs as well and employ people. But the truth of the matter is, the remote work is in the form of the fact that you don't have to take cars and go to the physical office. So it's simple. It's just a plain language. Anytime you hear about remote work, just know that you are working. Yeah, I work. My eyes. Sometimes they become red. You are working. Just that you are not going to a physical office. Now we have forms of remote jobs. So the first one is a full-time employment. This is like 9 to 5. You are working. You work the whole day. 8 hours, 9 hours, the same thing. The only difference is you are not going to the office. So we have full-time employment. We also have part-time. So part-time means that it's a number of hours. Let's say the company says you work for 5 hours in a day, or 2 hours in a day, 3 hours in a day, 4 hours in a day, sometimes even 1 hour in a day. Then we have freelance and contracts. I'm a freelancer. I like money. I don't like money. I love money. I love money. So I can't work for one person. I can't do one thing. So freelancers, we gather people. I can work for this company, work for this one. As I'm talking, I'll work for this person, and what? Gather. I have my own services I want to provide. My own hours I want to provide. So now, for instance, I have a client in Canada. I'm a general virtual assistant. I'll tell the client I'm working 2 hours in a day, providing you with what? Notion support. That is one client. I have another client. I'll tell you that I want to be your website manager. Number 2. I have another client in the UK. I'll tell you I want to be your social media manager. Number 3, I love money. Yeah. So that is what we mean by freelance and contract work. That those people we don't work for. I shouldn't say those people. Us, we don't work for one person. So these are forms of what? Remote. So anytime you hear that somebody works remotely, there are forms to it. So people like data science, mostly also data analysts, sometimes not all data analysts, and even these people, cyber security, all those kind of big skills, mostly they do 9 to 5. The difference is they are not at the office, they work the entire day. Next slide. So are you clear with the definition of what remote job is and then the forms? Is my time up? Are we clear on what a remote job is? And yes. So we have 5 pillars of success when it comes to remote job. I'm coming to teach you how you are going to venture into. We'll get to that, but these are pillars. What will sustain the remote job that you want to get or you have already gotten? So the first is the skill mastery. Because of time, so I'm going to just skill mastery. This is where you learn a skill. So you learn a skill that solves a business problem. You don't just learn a skill. So as our speakers were speaking, they were all talking about problem solving. Because that is the truth. You see, everybody right now has spoken about problem solving. And I am also speaking about problem solving. But then I don't know whether it's the English. When somebody says problem solving, somebody is thinking, so is it that somebody is at the hospital and me, I'm the one who's going to operate the person? Or what? So let's take it for instance. Impact Minds, which is this organization. Let's say they have a social media presence on TikTok, but they don't post, right? Then we go and ask Dave. It could be that he is so busy to post. That is a problem. Dave has a problem. He's so busy to post. So what do? You have the skills of what? Social media management. So you solve that problem. That's it. That's what we mean by problem solving. So if I hear and I'm thinking too much about what problem solving is, it's very simple. Somebody has a website. They are not able to reply to the Google reviews on website. Do you know Google reviews? See, people have Google businesses, their business on Google, and people leave reviews there. You need to reply. They are not able to reply. You tell the person, I can reply them for you. They pay you. That is a problem. So you learn a skill. And then what? You master it. The second is you position, so you make it easy for opportunities to tell somebody sitting beside you, you are too poor to be shy. I can't hear you. You are too poor to be shy. You are too poor to be shy. Why am I saying that? As I said, when I said, you said, some of you, when you hear money, that's when you down the gingered. So when I talked about me and Ashley who were sitting this morning, then somebody reached out to me from Amazon. They're like, oh wow! Where did they reach out? LinkedIn. The word was, I came across the profile. So learning a skill is one thing. Positioning is another thing. You need positioning and visibility. Let me even join the two together. As youth and somebody who is currently in the university, your digital footprint is your currency. And I'm not talking about digital footprint of dancing to trends. And of course, that it can make you glow. That is your own cup of tea, but that's not the one I'm talking about. Your digital footprint is your currency. Like if you are not having a digital presence and you are telling me you want global opportunities or remote opportunities, I honestly don't know what you want. And my student don't know me, I'll blast you. Now, from positioning and visibility as well, this is when you learn about your CV, your portfolio. So you know the traditional job and then the remote job is a little bit different. When you are going to look for a job, when it comes to the remote job, you need certain things. You need your CV, all right, but you need even more than CV. You need your portfolio. Your portfolio should include your work samples. You see, our speakers were talking about people has to see what you can do. The remote aspect. Your portfolio that you are bringing, it already has what you have done in the first place before somebody hires you. And then we should also see like how you are able to pitch yourself to companies and all that. So that is the positioning and the visibility. Then we talk about delivery and reputation. So some of you, once you get the job, that's all. You become lazy. Already you are lazy. That's the truth. Some of you are lazy. But once you've gone through all these phases and you have gotten the job, this is where you deliver it better. Like the Bible quotation, yeah. It's Mami reading now. Ecclesiastes chapter 9, verse 10. Whatever your hands finds to do, do it with all your might. Might doesn't mean so unnecessary. Do it with diligence. Like do it, take ownership. Do it as if it is yours. And the truth and the funny aspect is, as Africans, you can get a remote job today and lose it today because you don't know all these ethics. You don't know how to communicate. When they send you a message, your boss has sent you a message, you reply the time that you want, you will lose it. So after you have gone through all these things, make sure you are delivering it well. You are building the reviews so that when a client goes to this person, I have a client in Canada I've worked for like 11 months now. Do you know how she hired me? She went to 2 people that I've already worked with. One is from UK, one is from US. When she sent me there, she said, your people said a lot. How about you? So this is when you are working for the person at the same time, building your what? Your review, so that the person can also recommend you. Or when somebody goes to the person that, oh, how was this person when you're working with the person? Do you get it? And then lastly is discipline and self-management. Remote job comes with a whole lot. Sometimes you can be lonely and a whole lot. You are the only person, you are in the room, always working or maybe having meetings and all that. So it is your job to take ownership and be disciplined. So that is it. Next slide. Is it time?
Unfortunately, please just give it up to Maria for.
Oh, last thing, not the slides. Last thing I want to say is, so these are things about remote jobs. I'm sure Dave will share the slides with you guys. But then I want you to, like when you go home, if we were to meet again, maybe next year from today, what would you want to tell somebody sitting beside you or me? Like in terms of whatever you've done here, like from all other speakers, and then even the remote aspect, what would you like to tell? Let's say you've met me, what would you like to say to me? What is the story you want to tell me? What is the story you want to tell other person seated beside you? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Briefly, if you have any question for Miss Maria, for briefly. I know she said a lot. So you don't have to actually complete school before you start doing what she's talking about. Even where you are, you can tell yourself that you practice how to manage social media. You know the funny thing, you don't even have to enroll in any course per se. You can start little and then gradually you can own up and start building people's managing their website, their social media for them. And they are not going to tell you thank you, they'll pay you for that. That is how little you can start remote work. So a question for Maria for now. Anybody? Okay, let's actually.
Alright, thank you so much, Mary, for that presentation. I know there are a lot of young people, myself, there are a lot of young people, myself included, looking for remote jobs, right? And so we wanted to, on behalf of all of us, Mary, we want to ask, where do we find these remote jobs? And how do we know that these jobs are real? Because you see some of them around and you're wondering, is this a scam or this is actually real? Yes, and so Mary, we would want to hear from you. Thank you.
I think you all have that same question.
Yes.
And you see, you are too poor to be shy. Anyways, so this question, first of all, there are so many scamming. Like, so many remote jobs are scams. It's not even about money aspect. But the truth, I even made a video about why will you see a typing job for 2,000 and say it is real? You like money too much. Sometimes you need to look at all these factors. But where to find remote jobs? Let me come to your question. So there are job boards. When we say job boards, these are websites that they hire people with skills. So if you go there, they've listed, oh, we are looking for this, or we are hiring for this and all that. We have Upwork, Fiverr, there are a lot remotely and all that. Even LinkedIn is a job board. So LinkedIn is part. It's a social media platform at the same time a job board. Now, we also have referrals. You think it's only traditional job that they have referrals. But in the remote space, there are also referrals. Somebody can see your online presence. That's why it's very important. And refer you that I know a social media manager. You know, I have so many real experiences that if I say, it looks so unreal. Tomorrow I have an interview. The person said, my personal assistant saw your TikTok and I need you for my socials. So somebody can see your presence and then what? Refer you. Another thing is just, how do you call it? Learning code pitching because of time, but you can, pay me small. Code pitching and then pitch yourself to companies with the problems that they have and how you can solve it. So these are ways that you can get remote jobs.
I also wanted to add that if you want to hear more from what she's saying, kindly visit Mariafo's LinkedIn. That's the same name she uses on LinkedIn, Mariafo. Send her connection request. You can follow her as well, and then you take it up from there. So at this point, we have one last presentation for today. One last presentation, and she's going to help us appreciate the importance of being visible before opportunity arises. Do you want to be visible? You want to be visible? You don't even have to wait for, complete school before you start putting yourself out there. Right now. You can start with today. That's how I made us take that photo. Just for visibility. Somebody should see you. You sat in this conference. You learned something. So without wasting much time, we're going to call on Miss Sandra Echampong to give us the last presentation for today. Please give it up for her.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone, once again. I think most of the speakers have said a lot about what I'm coming to say, but more of them, I will just reiterate them. Okay, so my name is Sandra Echampong. I work with an HR company. I'm an HR consultant and also a career advocate. I'm really passionate about young adults coming out of school and finding their way in the corporate space. That's how come I founded Life 360. Okay, so we want to understand what a hidden market is, or hidden job market. And you will ask yourself, what is a hidden job? More of the job is not advertised and is hired. That is simply it. But would you say it's hidden? It's not. It's more of the hiring process rather hidden. That is what I would say. So in today's reality for the young Africans, and I heard that most of you are students in relation to KUST, or some of them are outside KUST, just to confirm. Are you all KUST students? And you're all not KUST students, okay, but you're all students. All right. And have you ever made an application before, job application?
No.
No, we've never tried making a job application, not even an internship application.
No.
You have, okay, you have. That's great. So we have instances where people apply for various jobs about 20 or 50 times and then they are not called for interviews. Very heartbroken. But there's a reason. There's a reason for that, and it's not intentional that you make application and we don't call you for an interview. So what we are saying is, today's graduates compete in a world where AI is changing recruitment, employers receive hundreds of applications, and relationship influence opportunities. And we've talked of influence about relationships that we build. AI has come to stay, so it's better you also learn how to utilize it and how you can use it in your applications. So now the real challenge is not only finding jobs, but it's about becoming discoverable. And in doing that, we have to look at how the hiring pathways are. so that we, as having that challenge, we can shift that perspective to ourselves. So now the goal is we becoming visible before opportunities actually become visible. Okay. So what is the hidden job market? Like I mentioned earlier, many opportunities are filled through referrals, recruiter searches, talent pools, internal candidates before a public advertisement attracts hundreds of applications. So what happens is that when a job is open or there's a vacancy, you don't just advertise. Sometimes, even though it's out there, but we are looking for recommendations. We are doing talent hunts. We are coaching. So with that, you, the individual who applied with the normal process, I may consider you, but I'll consider the person who was recommended because there's a social capital of that person. I vouch, or there's a vouch on that person for whatever skill or whatever character the person is coming on board. So I'd rather pick that first person and interview than you that apply I don't have any connection to. So that is one of the hiring practices that is hidden, but we don't know. So your social influence is very, very key. How you connect with people. So we have one of our HR managers who is in the corporate space. Yvonne says, recruiters don't wake up trying to hide jobs. The successful candidates simply had better positioning. That's the truth. If someone did an internship with an organization and really performed and left the organization, and there's an opportunity to that similar role the person was playing, and it's advertised, do you think they won't go and look for that person? They will go and look for that person. That is an internal candidate. That's an internal pool. That's an internal database. So yes, the role may be out there, but they are still looking internally to see if an employee itself will recommend someone or a past internship of a student or a national service personnel had that experience that we can bring in easily. So the Society of Human Resource Manager confirms employers recruit through professional communities, AI-powered talent search, and niche networks. Young people must become discoverable, not just applicants. So how do we become discoverable? Referral. Because that's where the opportunities are. If you don't take advantage of them, you always wouldn't get that open line to even get the interview. Talent pools. Have you searched for various platforms where there are jobs opportunities there? For example, Mary Afo mentioned there are various job boards that some of them you can upload your resume or your portfolio there. And when opportunity comes, they look at what they have internally on their job boards or on their database and then reach out to. Try and then get some of these platforms and then put on your portfolios or your resumes on there. So when opportunity comes, they look on those that they have on their system before they look at applications that are coming in. And now in the interns and the previous applications that I mentioned, they talk to their professional networks. I can call Mary that, oh Mary, since you train people, can I get people on for this particular role? She'll say yes or no, then we take it from there. And the last is the public advertisement. So you see a lot of job applications or job boards or jobs advertised out there. But yes, you have people applying for them, but you realize that they are already filled or they are in the process of already being completed. That's because of the pathway being headed. So why employers hire this way? If you were in my shoes and you receive 800 CVs for application, what would you do? Where I work, we do recruitment and we have a platform where all applications come through. And we track everything. It's able to everything for us. Even if it sends you an email, it's able to detect whether you've seen the email, you've read it. So one thing that sometimes candidates, it marvels me is that you send them an email using the system, and we intentionally do that. Because young adults today sometimes are lazy, don't pay attention to information, and come back to ask the same information that you send them in the email. So instances where, lucky for you, been shortlisted for an interview. We've taken our time to send you every detail you need for the interview. Then you come for the interview and you are asked, tell me about the company, and you tell the panelists that you don't have any idea about the company. That is very, 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 very a red flag. Already they've flagged you out in their mind. Whatever that you're going to say afterwards doesn't really bother them anymore because you are not serious in the first place to be taken care of. So more of the conversation be around just getting to know you and then they'll just wrap it up. Something that was supposed to be a 45 minutes, you realize like a 15 minutes, a 10 minutes interview. Then you should know that that is it. And when that happens, bear in mind that even though you are on their database or their system, if an opportunity comes, you'll never be called. That's one thing. And I do it a lot. It's not intentional, but it's something that young adults has to be mindful of. It's very, very key. So the hiring process has changed, or the hiring pathway has changed, and we do that because trusted and recommended candidates that carry less risks. If Mary should recommend someone to me today for a role, I trust Mary to give me a good candidate. I trust Mary to give me someone with good personality, character. So the hiring risk is low. You wouldn't come in and then 2 months later, I have to terminate you. That costs to the business. So HRs are also trying as much as possible to reduce our cost. The person comes in, there's return on investment where the person is staying about 2, 3 years or 4 years. But if you come in 1 month, I have to terminate. Maboka. I have to go back out again, look for recommendations again, have to do trainings again and all that. So that reduces that. People already in the pipeline, people that we have interviewed before. So bear in mind that if you get an opportunity to be interviewed, even if you don't get the role, go and prove a point. Go and prove a point that if I don't get to this today, tomorrow I will get. My role company itself interviewed me for another company. We do recruitment for various companies. So I was interviewed for operations manager at that time, 5 years ago, and I didn't get that role. I was there 6 months later and I received an for what I'm currently in. So you realize that I proved the point, even though I didn't get that role, someone else got it. But 6 months along the line, when an opportunity actually happened in the same company, I was the first person that they had to reach out to see if I would be interested in the role. And yes, I was interested in, and I came in. So that's how it works. So some of these things helps. And it's easier to verify. If Mary or David recommend someone, I can easily verify the person's background. It's very easy. Not unlike someone that the connection is not there already, like someone coming through the pipeline, we've interviewed and all that, then you have to go and do a background check. Sometimes they even provide false information, but as an HR person, you have to do your due diligence to be able to get the right information to do the background checks. So that is also more like a cost, time saving and all those things. So in order to cut that, we also request for recommendations and referrals. Already engaged, like I mentioned, when you get opportunities, don't mess it up. When you get opportunities, don't mess it up. These are platforms or opportunities that you for yourself. When other opportunities come, not even in the same organization, you are able to get that referral or recommendation from that company. And I can give a lot of examples into that. I have a mentee that I'm more like coach, and she's in is coming for interview. You'll still be on the panel, but you wouldn't ask any question.
But bear in mind someone you know come on a panel and come for an interview and performs very well, prove the person's worth. The person the one who you recommended, you'll be very proud of yourself. Just like she didn't get the role. But guess what? I was also recommended to someone to help with his business. And in the course of the restructuring and all that, he also needed an office manager. So I told him that, oh, my small girl is looking for something related to that. Guess what? He didn't go for an interview. He just went in to confirm her contract. And he has proven beyond that he can do it. I have not heard, for the past 1 year, I have not heard anything bad about his attitude, his work ethics, and all that. So when that happens, it's easier that you be able to recommend someone. But when it comes that I recommended someone for national service, it's another story for another day. So HR people are saying that as recruiters, we are hiding jobs. We are trying to reduce hiring mistakes, and hiring mistakes can cause the business high time. So we try as much as possible to reduce that. So Africa is an opportunity ecosystem. In Africa, opportunities flow with relationship long before job boards. Many SMEs never advertise. I believe you heard it before. Do you know someone? I'm sure you've heard it before. Like if you're looking for something to do, or even you're looking for a vendor to buy something, someone asks you, do you know someone? So the same way goes for SMEs, especially in Ghana, where majority of the private businesses are individual owners. They will always ask, do you know someone? And that do you know someone comes back to your social capital. Because knowing someone is not having a person's number. It's about how the kind of relationship you build with a person. And that speaks a lot, because if someone cannot recommend you based on your personality, your attitude, or your character, or something that you've done in relation to your skill sets, problem, you have to work on that. So it's very, very key. So some of these church, as Mrs. Adelaide mentioned, how we relate to our church colleagues and church members. We say we go to church, but sometimes deep within us, the way we treat some of our church members as if we are better than them. None of us are better than anyone. It's just an opportunity that you have a higher upper hand. So don't make you think like you are better than this person. So when you are speaking to them, this person may recommend you to his or her boss for a role. So church community, your family members, some WhatsApp communities that you are on, and alumni associations, other speakers has mentioned about it. Professional circles, our mentors, our lecturers, supervisors, associations that we are in. As we are in school, I'm sure some of us are in various groups, all of them are social, something that you can leverage on. Because I remember where I did my national service, the person who took me there was one of my alumni. I was in first year when he was in final year. So when I was about completing, we had a good relationship back on campus. So I just reached out to him that, oh, I know you work here and I'm looking for a place to. And he actually lent a hand and then helped me get the place. And I also didn't let him down. So that's how it works. When I completed my national service, there wasn't for them, that particular branch, they don't retain. So every year someone else has to come in. But upon completing, they saw what I did. 2 months along the line, there was a project ongoing. I had a call from the head of department to join in for that project. The project ended, and I had to go back home. But you can't do anything about it. When I was home, 2 months after when I got home, I got a call. The same person who called me for the 3 months project recommended. So technically, my first job after national service was a recommendation. I didn't apply. I remember the only job I applied for was my operations role that I was trying to move from the bank, being in the insurance bank and trying to switch from that space, finding a career like Mrs. Adelaide mentioned. It's not easy trying to find what you really love, but you have to sit yourself down to get to that point where you know what you love and the passion that you want to go into. So digital presence. think you've talked about that as well. LinkedIn, social media, building your portfolios, engaging in volunteering as well. So where the opportunities really come from, I think I've mentioned this already. The various graduate interns that we try to get into, our national service that we do, the supervisors that we are on campus with, the relationship we build with them, going for interviews, getting a good impressions on the various panels, and having on your books. And high without applying, I mentioned that some of the divisions. So this is not favoritism, it is strategic positioning. A graduate who volunteers, attends industry events, builds LinkedIn and opportunities before one who only applies through the platform. So every interview is an opportunity to join someone's talent. Rejection today doesn't end. So for Life 360, one thing that we believe in is character, competence, community, consistency, and continuous learning. I think really, and I just want to hammer on it. Our character, if I mention the kind of character people have in certain places, and even though they have the technical expertise, national service personnel. Where I work, we also outsource people to work with companies, and they go through our talent pipeline has always been national service. So we take them from national service, and you work as supposed to be as that particular role is expected. So you don't work as a national service personnel, and we don't pay them the normal national service personnel salary. So we don't expect you to come and lay around and be lackadaisical about the role. If you perform well and opportunities are there, when your service ends, we mobilize you as a full-time employee. It's just this recently that due to restructuring, we are on hold with that. But once it's done, we go back to that pipeline. So the 5 years of experience, we don't use that as a product when it comes to our hiring, but there are certain roles, the number of years can never be taken out. And that's, as an individual, for me, in my role, if I want to move and I see certain roles, I wouldn't apply because I may not have that capacity yet. That doesn't mean you can't get there. You have to build yourself. You have to prove yourself. Even those that have 1 year, 2 year, asking for 1 year, 2 years experience, you should be able to prove to them that, yes, I don't have the 2 years of experience, but I have the spirit of learning, I have the willingness to learn, I have that teachable spirit. If you don't have that, you wouldn't get them. Those 1 year, 2 years doesn't mean look for the 1 year, 2 years of experience. They just want someone with the basis that can train, they can manage and mold. But if you are not in that space, they can't take you. So let's bear that in mind. So with our visibility framework, so then we should have develop skills that employers need. Be someone who is problem solving. We've talked about that severally. So have value, intentional learning, certain courses, AI learning, certifications. You are never too old or too young to stop learning. S, strategic networking. Don't just take numbers. Build conscious relationships that you know that, okay, this person, when I go to this person to ask certain intelligent questions, I'll get the guidance on how to go about things. And in doing that, the person will have you in mind and be able to recommend you on certain projects or certain portfolios that you have to be on. I, increase your visibility. LinkedIn, volunteering, applying for internships. I think first year, second year at KNUST, long vacation, you can apply for internships in the various fields that you are in. Volunteer in various events, NGOs events to give you that social capital. Also, industry events, when you get to know, you can start attending such events to give you an idea of how that industry works. If a skill of writing, portfolios on that, engagements in various communities, in your churches. You can brand. I think someone will be speaking on that. Build a brand for yourself, a personal brand that will also push you through. Learn from every opportunity. It's not every failure that is supposed to put you down. It's supposed to let you learn something out of it and build something from it. And engage early. Don't wait until you graduate. Once you are in school, like I mentioned, the internships are very, very key. Your mom's shop, your dad's shop. Me growing up, my dad's shop was one of the places I always intern. So lastly, so practical ways. When you are networking, one thing I wanted to put out there, when you are networking, don't just go and ask for a job. Can you get me a job? No. The person will just say, okay, and that's it. But always try to ask certain intellectual questions where, like, I would love to learn from your career journey. Can you tell me how, or some of the courses I can do, some of the books I can read? Those are some of the intellectual questions I can be asking. What skills can make someone successful in your industry? So when you get to know the industry you want to work in, you try to learn from there. So as much as possible, recruiters will notice communication, attitude, curiosity, professionalism, emotional intelligence, initiatives. Skills may get you in or shortlisted, but your character will get you high. So one thing I want to say is, before you graduate, try as much as possible to have at least a public CV, a nice, well-curated CV. If it's a portfolio, like Mary mentioned, if you want to be working on the remote platforms, it's not just remote platforms. Some projects you have to have portfolios. If you're a photographer, the architects, the writers, all of them have to build portfolios. At least build that portfolio and build your LinkedIn platform, your social platforms. Don't just use it for the pictures. Yes, the pictures are nice. What else is it there that is speaking for you on your behalf? So at least have one of those unpublished CV, LinkedIn platforms, or the recommendation. I believe some of you, when you complete school right now and you want a recommendation from your lecturer, it will be difficult because you didn't have that relationship, you didn't create that relationship. So please try as much as possible to do this. And as Dr. Evans mentioned earlier, AI is not going to replace people's job, but those who learn how to use AI, they are going to replace people who didn't know how to use AI. So just to wrap it up, I'm just wrapping up. So wrapping it up, create your future. The future belongs to you. Don't spend all your energy chasing opportunities. Spend your energy becoming prepared for them. Prepared people recognize opportunities. Visible people attract opportunities. Vulnerable people create the opportunities. So instead of asking where are the jobs, ask how do I become the person opportunity is looking for. Thank you.
And that's how she wraps up. Another round of applause for Miss Sandra Champion. She shared a lot with us. And at this point, I'm beginning to wonder, are we actually picking some points, or we are just too emotional at this point, like we will change, but tomorrow we'll go back to default settings? Please, is that a mindset? Are you gingered at this point?
Yes.
Are you truly gingered?
Yes.
Please don't graduate and come another to the songs of unemployed people in long. It's a long queue. But do something in your little way to also employ people. It can be anything. Start with whatever you are passionate about. Change it into something that can earn you an income. How many of us like to moderate sessions like the way we are doing here? How many of us? Oh, then I think we'll talk in chambers. But first of all, reach out to me on LinkedIn first. And then my name, beautifully there. Leonora Engonam Ano. And I tell you, I came all the way from Accra because I wanted to do this with Impact Minds Network. Today I'm doing it free. But imagine what somebody will pay me if I should do it elsewhere. Right? So at this point, we're going to have Another, I'm sure this lady, we've not heard her speak. You're wondering, who is she? Who is she? There's a saying that don't mind the body, but mind the. This a microphone wants to disturb me today. And I also know that a lot of us are disappointed because we saw a familiar face on the flyer, but the person unfortunately couldn't show up. And that's Mr. Umar Sanda. How many of us know him? How many of us know Mr. Umar Sanda? Hey, nobody knows him. Please, how many of us here watch news on City TV? How many of us? Do we know Umar Sanda? Do we know him? Eyewitness report. Hey, you're not even showing anything. Actually, he says I should do a video and show it to him. Because next time he promises, he actually had an emergency. He had a tour in the northern region with his team, so unfortunately he couldn't make it. But then he shared some goodwill message and he would like me to read it out to everyone here. So I'm going to do just that. Dear participants of the Young African Conversation, I extend my warmest greetings to each and every one of you. First, I want to sincerely apologize for not being able to join you in person today. I was truly looking forward to sharing this important conversation with you, but due to unavoidable circumstances, I couldn't make it. Please accept my heartfelt apologies. That said, I know you are in excellent hands. The Young African Conversation has become a platform that brings together brilliant minds, practical ideas, and young people who are determined to shape a better future for our continent. This year's theme, Winning in Today's Africa: Jobs, Businesses and Income Opportunities for Young Africans, couldn't be more relevant. The Africa of today belongs to young people who are willing to think differently, learn continuously, embrace innovation, and create opportunities instead of waiting for them. As you listen to the speakers and engage in the conversations today, I encourage you to ask questions. Unfortunately, you are not. Network intentionally and live with more than just notes. Live with a renewed sense of purpose and a clear plan of action. Remember, your greatest asset is not where you come from, but what you choose to do with the opportunities before you. Africa needs problem solvers, builders, innovators, storytellers, entrepreneurs, and leaders. And I believe many of them are seated in this room today. Thank you for believing in the vision and for being part of this movement. Keep dreaming big, keep learning, and never underestimate the impact one determined young African can make. He also shares his love and best wishes to every participant and speakers for making this event a success. And so he's actually assuring us that in the next Young African Conversation 3.0, he is going to be there. Please, I think he deserves a round of applause. Those of us who don't know Umar Sanda, that is him, the third speaker over there. So he's a broadcast journalist, a senior journalist, actually. So he apologizes for not coming, but he's going to make it up to us next time. At this point, we're going to have our second panel discussion. And to do this, facilitate this session, I'm going to call on Ms. Benita Assad. Please let's give it up to her.
Everyone. Hey. Hello, everyone. Hey. What's up? Everyone. Hello, everyone. Hi. I don't like this energy. I don't. Would you want us to do some icebreaker, or you still want us to continue like this? You want an icebreaker? Yes. Okay, let's kindly be on our feet, all of us. You are hungry? A bit. Hey.
Mr. Organizer, please, and people are saying they're hungry. Okay. Please, are we good now? Check. So we're going to do a very quick icebreaker, okay? When I say 3, you clap. When I say 4, you raise your hands. When I say 5, you tap the person next to you. So I'll just be changing the numbers intermittently. So just listen to what I'm saying and do it. Whoever wins will get a prize from Miss Organizer, no me. Can we start? So 3, I want to do the energy. 3, 4. Who are those clapping? 3, 5, 4, 5. I think no, you can have your seats. As you mentioned, my name is Benita, but then there's a fade before the Asante, and it's Benita Ope Asante, and I'm a business support officer at NEIP. It's a government agency that's, who has heard of NEIP before? NEIP. Hey, you. National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. Who has heard of a junior before? I'm tempted to give the mic to say some things more, but we are far behind time, so I'm going to just cross on here. I work as a business support development officer at NEIP, and I'll be taking you through this particular section. So without further ado, I'm just going to call on all my panelists so that we just get in on everything and then wrap it up. So first on my list, Miss Ashley. Please let's give them a round of applause as they come up here. Oh, until she's seated, don't stop clapping, I beg. Next is Miss Mary Apple. Our able woman. That was it. And then Caleb, Mr. Caleb. This clapping game, she will cry. But you don't want to go home, or it's still the food issue. It's the food. Don't worry, once we are done, I think this is the last session. We'll just wrap up and then you can have your item 13. Are we good? Okay, so I'm going to give my panelists an introductory question, and before you answer, you can just So the first question is, who is an entrepreneur? Who is an entrepreneur, and how important is an entrepreneur in today's age? Did you get the question? Which one is you to take in? Oh, yeah, good. Okay, so Miss Mary Apple, would you like to go first?
Okay, my name is Mary Afo. I'm a virtual operations and content support specialist and a founder of Affluence Academy. So for me, entrepreneur is just somebody who creates opportunity instead of waiting for others, somebody who solves a problem, and somebody who creates impact for others as well. Yeah. And then the next question, you said how important it is. It is very important. Just take a look at your own self at the moment. If you are waiting for an opportunity, you might not find any opportunity. So it is very important we become the architect of our own lives and then take initiative, come up with things. Most of you have ideas and all that. So it is very, very important.
All right. Hello, everyone. I I know we are a bit exhausted, but we will crave your indulgence for this session. My name is Ashley Agri, and I'm a growth and strategy consultant. So my work focuses on personal development as well as professional growth. And in my line of business, I help young people find clarity and direction, and I help you build strong personal brands as well as help you build profitable businesses. Aside that, I have other businesses I operate. And when we talk about who an entrepreneur is basically somebody who is able to provide value, solve problems, and along the line make some money out of it. And when we talk about entrepreneurs, they are very important because they create opportunities for other people. You see, if all of us go through university and at the end of the day we all want to be employed, who is going to employ us? There has to be somebody somewhere creating the value, creating the opportunity, and that's entrepreneur. And so that makes entrepreneurs very, very important. Yeah.
Hi everyone, I'm Ajimendia Caleb. Please, it's not Caleb. Okay. Yes. If you have any problem like that, you can call me Calculus for short. Okay. Calculus is shorter than Caleb. Alright. So I'm Ajimendia Caleb again. And then when we look at our current world with the trends in technology, how it's moving and how fast we are moving digitally, then it means that we have to catch up amongst our businesses, right? And then that is one thing I look up to doing, or I have been working on for some time now. So my field is emerging, so it's emerging technologies and innovation systems. So in as much as we are operationalizing or digitizing businesses, we are also trying to build innovation systems, meaning creating a pool of ecosystem where people can connect their businesses to the digital technologies and to investment and many more. So that is what I stand for, and that is what I do in my daily life. But I do other things at night, right? Now, yes, exactly. I can elaborate later. So, but for now, it means that I have other skills that I do, right? Maybe design, brand design, marketing, and all of that I do on the side, which is more or less like a freelance thing, right? So that is what I mean at night. Not what we are all trying to think. Anyway, so when it comes to entrepreneurship, my fellows have shared valuable insights when it comes to entrepreneurship. I'm going to just do an add-on, right? We have something we call entrepreneurial action. Okay, you are looking for problems and you are solving them to make money out of it, right? And that is all. And when we look at our future, right, we always say Africa is the future, but I always say it's a lie, right? Unless we are defining our future as now, we are already late. Okay, but what we are trying to achieve now is the reason why we are pushing people to move into entrepreneurship is basically because it's hard, but it's the way that we are going to survive as Africans. That is why it is very important for majority of us to venture into entrepreneurship in our own field. Please help we get that. That is why entrepreneurship is important to Africa. Thank you.
Can I get an additional microphone? I think. So now we all have a fair idea what an entrepreneur is or who an entrepreneur is. So let me ask this question. How many of us are entrepreneurs here? How many of us have businesses or running businesses? Please raise your hands or I beg you. What was your statement again? The poor, shy statement. Please repeat it for us. Please repeat it.
You are too poor to be shy.
You are too poor to, please. You know if
you have a business, raise your hands and let's see you. You never know who your next customer is, so maybe they might just approach you and ask you what you do. Please raise your hands well. Okay, you can put your hands down. Now, how many of us are aspiring to be entrepreneurs? You have an idea in your mind. There's something you've seen and you want to hop on it. Raise your hands well. Oh my God, why? See you. Okay, you can. I think that's quite a number. You can put your hands down. How many of you don't think that you are fit to be an entrepreneur or a business person? Please, I need this hand. You feel like it's too tedious of a work. Yeah, I just want the 9 to 5. So you all want to be entrepreneurs. Someone said it's a lie. Why do you think it's a lie? Please give it.
We all assume or think actually that we want to be entrepreneurs, right? Because we've seen it to be a lucrative opportunity for us, but for you to be in entrepreneurship, the truth is it's a prison, right? It's going to cost a lot of things. For example, when I'm venturing into, there are things I cannot do anymore. Everybody will see that I'm way above it, right? Meanwhile, I need it to chop, right? So if I say it's a prison of your own dreams. You want to become the next millionaire, you want to become the next billionaire, right? But are we ready? That is why I'm saying it's a lie, right? At some point, we can assess ourselves and know that, Charlie, I can't be hungry for the next 3 years. I have to find some job and do. And entrepreneurship is not yours. Please, I hope we get it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Caleb. So I should have done this earlier before they came to sit, but then I wanted them to explain who an entrepreneur is for you to understand before I come in with this. So Africa is known to be one of the continents that has a large number of youth. Then again, we always hear the youth complaining that there's no job, there's limited resources for this, here and that. But then this conversation is supposed to shift the narrative. We want to look at things from a different perspective. What if we, the individuals that are done with school and are looking for job opportunities and all that's out there, be the same ones to create these jobs to become job creators rather than just job seekers? And that is basically what the whole conversation we're going to go on today is about. And I believe you've all had a sneak peek on that. So let me just, with that, I'll move on to the next question. And it will go to Mr. Caleb. Okay. So we want to know, what is more important? Is it having a great idea or solving a real problem, and why? What is more important, or what among these two is more important? Having a great idea or solving a real problem that we are facing in society, and why?
I'll touch it from this point. We always have this misconception that I have to get an idea and find a suitable market and go and sell my idea to. Please, how we get that? But let's look on the side of it in the obvious way. People are facing real world problems, just like my startup's name is. Real world problems, right? That they are encountering. Some of them are not willing to pay for those a solution to their problems, right? Others are willing but do not have the capacity, right? So one of the things in Africa is when you venture into a problem that you are trying to solve, right? There are silos of problems associated with one problem. So if you go with your idea that, okay, I have this idea, we need maybe a biometric system, let's say drone pilots and all of that, and you want now there's about 99% chance that you are going to fail, right? Because you've not been on ground. So having a great idea is not so much important, but having a problem or identifying a problem, defining the problem, being able to quantify the extent of the problem, then you trying to solve it stems up from a better or innovative idea, right? So one thing I want you to know that when we talk about maybe something disruptive, when we see AI, oh, AI is the new trend, is disruptive. No, it's not. It has been a pattern that has repeated itself and has emanated from what it was and where it has gotten to, trying to solve problems. So having a great idea is not a good thing, but trying to solve a problem is.
We know you own a bakery. Please, if you don't know, she has a bakery, and I think she's here to rebrand. So in case you didn't know, a round of applause. Oh, please, let's help her sister. It's very much needed. So since you also have a business, I also want to know your take on this particular question.
All right, so she mentioned I own a bakery, but we recently rebranded, and now we do quite a wide range of services, just beyond just the bakery. So now we are a event and experience center, and so we do event planning, styling, and coordination, and also we do experiences, so luxury dates, romantic dates, making sure your loved ones have a good experience, especially on their special days. Right. That's right. We have packages. So go on Instagram, TikTok, look for Beautifully Curated. They curated, some of you may be tempted to spell C-R-E, but it's C-U-R-E-T-E-D. Right. So Beautifully Curated. We have wonderful packages. Right, so we are talking about solving a real problem other than having a great idea. And I'll use an example from one of my experiences as a bakery owner somewhere 4 years or 5 years ago. Right, so when I started Beautifully Created, first it was called the Cake Donuts. I had this package, right? I had a package that was a box of 9 cake donuts. And for this box of 9 cake donuts, I used to put it in this very big box. In my mind, when you see this big box, you'll be excited. That was my wonderful idea, right? But over time, I realized that this big box was causing problems, right? Before the package gets to the recipients and the cake donuts have turned and they were complaining. And in my mind, no, this is my idea, this is nice, you should love it. So you see where I was coming from. I loved it. I felt like, oh, it's a good idea, it looks nice. But was it actually solving a problem? No, it wasn't. And so it's one thing to have a wonderful idea. Sometimes you may come up with some ideas that you think that, oh, people should love it. But you go on the ground and it's not that way. It's not that way at all. And so it's one thing to have that wonderful idea, and it's another thing to have something that creates value, something that people would want to pay for. Right, and you would always want to go for something that people would want to pay for, other than that thing that looks very fancy when you think about it.
Thank you, Miss Ashley. So the next question, a part of the people that have heard stories, all of us we've heard it. That's I started a business with 1 CD. I started a business with 10 CDs, one behind my mother's shop, and what have you. But we all know very well that it takes a lot. It takes a lot. I mean, money is equally important. Then again, it's not so necessary when you are starting a business. But we want to know from you. I'll be taking an answer from each and every one of you. So once you are done, you just pass it on to the next person. So this is the question. Now, how do you create solutions when you have limited money and the resources? The point is we should be providing a solution that is a business. How do I go about this when I don't have the resources, the money, and the other things that I need to make it work? I don't have it. I'm a big call. How do I go about it?
All right, so I have a typical example over there. So about 5 years ago when I was starting the Cake Donuts, I knew I wanted to have something big. I wanted to have, a gifting and experience brand. That was what I was envisioning. So I was envisioning something big. But as at that time, I was in level 300 of university. And I didn't have the capital I needed for that particular vision. And so do you know what I did? That is how come I started with the Cake Donuts. And my brand was called the Cake Donuts then. And so I was like, okay, you know what? We want to do gifting, we want to do experiences. Let's start from somewhere. And that is my first point. Start small. You may have that great vision, but you need to start from somewhere. Start small and build. And so we started with the Cake Donuts, and over time we included flower bouquets. Over time we eventually included the full cakes. Over time we included wedding cakes. Over time, now we want to say we want to do picnics. We want to do romantic dates. We have the packages, the seasonal packages. And it all started with Cake Donuts. And so don't be afraid to start small. I started my business with this money I had saved somewhere that I was going to buy a wig as at that time. So when I was in level 300, everybody was buying wig. So I also started saving that, you know what, I also need to wear some of this wig, So I saved up to, I think, 130 cedis. And this vendor told me, you know what, you've even delayed with this payment of your wig. And so I'm moving to Accra. I can't do your wig for you, take your money. And I took my money and I went to buy a donut maker. That time I had already birthed the idea of starting the gifting thing. So I got the donut maker, and that is how I started. I was envisioning something big, but I knew I had to start from somewhere. And as you start, don't remain there. We've received a lot of awards on this journey. I could have said, this is okay. And I actually did that. At a point, I got comfortable. And that is where we stopped growing. And when I realized that, you know what, let's come back to this and build it like we wanted to build it. And so, start small, but don't remain there. Make sure that day in, day out, you are growing. Thank you.
So I'm going to be realistic as possible. Some ideas you need money. And then some ideas you don't need money. So let me take the one that you don't need money. Let's say you have a skill. First of all, you mostly don't need you mostly don't need money to learn a skill. Some of the skills, let me put it that way. Let's say when you go to YouTube, right now you have free resources. When you go to YouTube, you can learn how to design. Now you know how to design. Somebody needs a flyer. Is it not the person that is supposed to pay you rather? Are you using money to design the flyer for the person? So some ideas you don't need money. But let's come to the ideas that you have money. All of you here, nobody can tell me that you've not eaten pizza and shawarma before. Some of you, when you get money, shawarma, pizza, meat I like enjoyment too, but that's if it's up to. But the truth is, you might have an idea that requires money, and just like Ashley said, instead of you to save towards it, like the moment you get the money, you forget that you have an idea. But when the money finishes, I have an idea, Some of you, people even gift you, and some of you come from very good backgrounds, that they give you, I had one of my friends when I was in school, like they did them monthly. I know most of you too, that's how they did it. I never saw that, like they give you monthly payment in school. If your money is finished and you go and some is in the house, thank God, then they give you another. If it's finished and some is not in the house. So some of you come from good backgrounds as well. So learn how to utilize the money that comes to your life and then use some to implement the ideas that you are having. Ideas are everywhere, but execution is real. So you might have an idea so good, but if you're not able to execute it, it's going to be a problem. So for the ideas that requires money, just like Ashley said, save towards it. And then you can also pitch. Learn how to pitch. I guess that requires investment. You have to learn how to pitch to people that can support you. So that is what I can say.
They've all been realistic to stick it. What they always say, right, that they have this is in a dream. The matter is that can be truth, right? That can be the truth. Now, one thing that finance captures every time, I'm not a finance person, but my experience, right, is sometimes you have that is 10 cedis or 5 cedis to get something or to invest or to start something. But what you've not calculated for, example, is maybe your laptop, your mobile phone, you yourself, your human resource, even your costume, right, and many more, right? So when you are starting that small, no matter the amount you have, there is always a way to identify a certain form of leverage. That is what all the rich people are not telling us, right? But they can start with 100 cedis, which is true. But what they are not telling us is leverage. Who do I have in my network, in my contact, that I can call to source products and go and sell somewhere? When I identify the problem, who do I connect to go and make possibly maybe a sales page? Who can help me expand? Who can also help me build the idea from scratch? Who can help me build the software for free? Or we can share equity or partnership and many more, right? So when you want to start something and you have no money, look at what you have as leverage and utilize that to your advantage. ITIC started in that same way. We didn't have money. In fact, I didn't have money. I completed school. I've never applied for a job before. But here I am. I don't have a car. But I'm going somewhere. So what I utilized the most is my leverage. ITIC was able to be at Ghana Digital Innovation Tech in Ghana with startups under us, having all those platforms, some very few international opportunities, and all of that, because we had leverage, right? And that we use that leverage to even get us some contracts. I can call somebody, say that, oh, we do A, B, C, D, and we gave a couple of contracts even on KNUST campus, right? Without we using money, okay, or saying that it's a service. What money are we going to? Are we going to buy a new set of laptops, a new set of cloud infrastructure, or what? No. So we use people's money to build a solution for them, and that's what we do. We use that leverage. Now the other side is freelance to founder model, right? I think I have a in terms of building experience something, but I built something, right? So freelance to founder model. One of the things is you have varieties of skills, and Miss Mary mentioned something. You see, she mentioned something that we did not pay attention to. One of them is she's doing multiple services or giving out multiple services for different kinds of clients. And that is how a lot of businesses or every business operates to become sustainable. So as a freelancer or something that I do and she does, right, that falls in line is I'm not waiting to utilize one of my skills and say that, oh, I'm a brand designer, so everybody should know me as a brand designer. No. I come from a maths background that I do data analytics, data science, AI and everything, like regarding that. I'm not saying I'm doing everything, but I'm just trying to say that treat your freelance as a business. So how do you sustain a business, right? Then you can make money out of it. So if we say leverage on skills, you can be a freelancer and be a founder to your freelance services. So you can now create a business out of it. And that is what I'm doing for 27 Summit. So you can check online and follow us. And we are having our first paid client, She Power, which is next week Friday, for all women at KSB. And we want to flow the auditorium as one of our first days. And I was doing that as a freelancer, marketing, building, getting people on board to even design programs, and many more, getting speakers, getting proposals everywhere and all of that. I was doing that as a freelancer. But then I had to transition and make a tangible business out of it. So we had our first client. So we are doing that. So that is what I do.
Can you all hear us?
Yes.
You can have your question written down. Once we are done, I'll just take it to me and then give up the time. So this particular question is going for this apple. Now we know that remote work is creating new opportunities across many things. We want to go some of the benefits
Hello.
Okay, so when it comes to the digital services, as you said, AI, but even the AI, we have different dimensions of it that you have to know. So because of time, we can't dive deep. But one of the things I like about people, people who like to research, I like them a lot. So you can take time to research about AI a lot more about, because that's the question that she has, obviously she has already answered some, because I'm definitely going to talk about the AI part. There are so many opportunities that are coming from that side. If you learn AI, workflow specialists, automations, CRM management and all that, so you have to look at that side as well. Now, one of the sides that people already have that will emerge with AI is the creative side. So some people, when it comes to the designing side, UI, UX, even normal graphics and all that, it's going to emerge with the AI side. So I don't know if you guys have realized, it was trending when the year started that, oh, AI will take the job of graphic designers. I'm sure some of you do even normal business, you use AI to design your flyers and you think it's nice. Yeah. One of the truth is, AI is not coming to replace you. It will replace those who don't know how to use AI. There are graphic designers that combine AI to do their work. So another side you have to know is the skill that you are currently having, even as a designer. The design side is also emerging with AI. And I think IT support, it's not talked about. How many of you know IT support? Yeah, so you can look at that side. Me, I like money, so look at that side as well. So the IT support as well. And we already have skills that have been in the system for so long, and they will continue to be there because people do not like to take, how do you call it? They don't like to take on big things. Like they don't like to think big. So cyber security, data science, all these big skills. You have to, if you want long term and then you want big pocket money. Sorry, I'm talking too much about money. That's me. You have to look at that side as well. So yeah, but overall, do you know what is going to help you? Your mindset. We can talk about all these things. If you're not willing to research and then change your mindset, that you have to learn something, you have to learn a digital skill, it will be cost 90. So yeah.
Thank you. So now the final question before we move on to our last session. It's not going to take long, so please don't worry. And you might attend to this during or that you'll get it very soon. Okay, so entrepreneurship is a journey. Obviously, you start from somewhere, you go on, and it's a matter of putting things in place, make the business work. That's idea that you bring it to life work. Now, the part that these advanced entrepreneurs don't talk about much is the challenges that
they face along the line. And trust you me, you will learn from the ideation stage. You will get to a point, and because of this particular problem or challenge, you just give up on everything and just stop. My panelists, all of you are working, you have your respective business and all that. We want him over it and then proceeded with whatever you are doing. Miss Ashley.
Alright, so one major challenge I would say will be getting people to buy into your vision. Getting people to buy into your vision. And sometimes it's even the close people. And so I always say when I meet students that it's for your own good to start your business in school, because then you would have the time to experiment. Or you complete, that is if you want to go into entrepreneurship full time. Other than that, if you complete and you are now beginning something, your home people are fighting you. The people you want to, they are also fighting you. How do you build? And after 6 to 7 years of being in entrepreneurship, just this week, I had a conversation with somebody very important to me, somebody very close to me, and the person was telling me, why don't you find a job with a salary? Why don't you find somewhere you go and sit from 9 to 5 and then you get paid? That's what this person told me. And it really got to me. Normally, if it was any other person, I'll just look at you and say, what are you talking about? Ignore you. But this is somebody whose advice I take. And somebody very close to me, and the person said this to me. And the whole night, I was disturbed. It went into the following day. And I thought about it and I realized that the person couldn't carry the vision I have. The person couldn't even understand it. Just to the 50% of it, not even 100%. And that's a major one. And so if in your home, your parents are saying, you know what, you studied this, go and look for 9 to 5 and then come and take care of the house. And every day you are hearing this, it becomes a major challenge. And so for me, I would say one major challenge will be getting people to buy into the vision. That notwithstanding, I believe that if you know where you are headed, and there's something we always see, only you can see the magnitude of your vision. And for me, they'll tell you I'm soft mommy. And so I believe so much in purpose. And I would say that if you find your purpose, fight every obstacle to achieve that purpose. Thank you.
So my challenge, it will not go for every business. So the first challenge that we faced, or I faced, because I started Affluence Academy alone. One of the challenges that I faced, which I think would be an advice instead of a challenge, is if you have any business idea, go and register before you put a name to it. Everybody knows our academy as Affluence Academy, because that's the name we gave it before we registered. But guess what? We couldn't register Academy. So the registered name is Affluence Virtual Hub. So if you have any, that was one of the major challenges. It became a really big problem. Because one of the things is, when I take on to do something, I do it with every being in me. So as at that time, I will speak, I'll make videos, Affluence Academy, everybody knew it, mentioned the name and all that. But yeah, so that is one of the major challenges that we face. Another challenge is when we started, the first cohort was free. Ghanaians like free things. They were a lot. So we couldn't have this platform. So one of the things is, I think this is a general challenge that will go for every business. You have to have a limit to whatever you are taking. So I think this is a general challenge that will go with every business, especially when you are starting. I didn't know, and we couldn't use even Telegram. We couldn't use it. We couldn't use Google Meet because there were a lot. There were 1,000+ students, and it was that much. So that is another challenge that we face. But one of the things I can say is, it's not about the challenge you face. It's about how you overcome it and improve it as time goes on. Because even as it stands now, we are still improving the academy day after day. So yeah, when you face a challenge, when you are building your business, you don't have to let that be your stop point and say, oh, why should I even continue to do this thing? Yeah.
Alright, so if we are sitting here to discuss challenges, I think we can all write books about that. Right? There's a lot when it comes to entrepreneurship. Miss Ashley mentioned something, right? That comes with societal pressure, right? Family pressure, your personal responsibilities, and all of that. One of the things that you even encounter most is no investor is coming into your business to pay your bills, right? He or she already assumes that you've taken care of that. It's your business that is struggling. So sometimes, especially the Ghanaian investor is not thinking that I'm going to give you money and you are going to pay your own salary out of it. It's a no for them. You have to find a way to chop before you come and spend their money. That is what they think about. So that is one major thing that we do. So that is why at least NEIP is there in the Engineering program. The reason why I know about it is I was lobbying for ITIC to get that. But quite unfortunately, some of the requirements we didn't meet that, and then I didn't get anybody to, get the things done for us, all right? But one of the things is we also have this challenge. I was having this challenge that, okay, there's something against my morality, right? When it comes to business, maybe calling somebody to say, oh, Charlie, can you do something about it for me? Find a way to put me there and all of that. Personally, maybe you are sitting here, you might think it's even a sin or against your God. But when we are Christians, we call it grace, right? We call it favor and all of that. Americans call it lobbying, right? Or lobbyist. So sometimes, in as much as we face some of these hurdles of nobody knowing us to get somewhere and all of that, it's not kululu. You are lobbying to show that you can do it. You have what you can do, and you are lobbying to see that you can get it. So don't be shy. I'm forgetting the statement. Too poor to be shy. Right? Lobby. We partnered with Hyperspace. I lobbied. We don't even have an office. Right? We don't even have an office. So somebody can ask us, where is your office? I think it's one of the requirements we didn't get the Ejimera program. Yeah, training center. So we were using one service to get that. So one of the things is we were late, right, to get a place. So we eventually found a place, but the time was over, and I think Kumasi High stole it from us, right? And that is it. So free up your mind and lobby. In America, though they call them lobbies, they call them snakes. They are very powerful. When you want to lobby, you need data, you need network, you need to know a lot of people. So I'm always on that. You can call me a snake, I don't care. Right? At the end of the thing is, there's a problem, I have to feed myself, I have to get the opportunity to get some people on board and all of that. And if I can speak to somebody I can leverage on to get the thing done for me, I'm going to take that opportunity. And if I'm paying money, then it's bribe. I'm not paying money, right? Sometimes you invite speakers and we just tell them, please, we don't have the money, right? We've lobbied for them to come and speak to people. That is all. Please help me get it. So lobby, if you know how to speak, go and lobby for speaker roles. If you know how to MC, lobby for it. It's not bribe. It's not corruption. It is grace. It is favor. Okay.
So I want to soon. I think I believe we've come to the end of the session. We wanted to discuss personal branding, but all the speakers have touched on it already, so we're just going to wrap it up here. So now we are open to at least 3 questions. If you want to ask any question, you can just put your hands up and then my able MC would bring the microphone to you so you ask. So it's not limited to only what has happened here. Any question you want to ask them in general, you can just throw it at any of them.
Thank you. My name is Evans. My question is to our dear sister Mary. Like, if you want to be one of your students, how do I become one of your students? Thank you.
Okay, I think we should do it that way. Anyone else have a question to ask? A general question, not just limited to you again. Okay. You want to ask another question again? Oh, okay, go on.
Okay, so my question is, as much as you've been inspired and convinced by your various submissions that we should start something for ourselves, do something for ourselves, most of us will go, you'll start something, and then as time goes on, you'll be exposed to the environment, and then within a few weeks, you'll slack. So it makes me think that we overestimate the power of the initial motivation that we've gotten from you guys at this point. So we as students, as ourselves, how do we intentionally cultivate the habit of mindset change or growth mindset? Because is growth mindset something that can be taught, or is it something that should be built through struggle or experience? Because I feel like it's someone who has an experience and a lasting number of years of experience with a particular thing can develop a growth mindset. But our students as ourselves, that mostly we feel lazy and all that. How do we deliberately build that growth mindset and mindset shift to be able to stay disciplined to build something for ourselves? Thank you.
Okay, is a question for all of them or
Anybody?
Oh, okay.
Please, any other question? We'll take one more. Alright.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Petiwa. So my question is, how do you really know what you want to do? Because most of us are confused and there are like competing interests. So we want to know how you guys got to know what you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. To any other question, any last one? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Munira Chinusa. Thank you very much for your submission. Please, this question goes to Ms. Ashley. Okay, so please, I want to know how you were able, you made mention that you started the business whilst you were on campus. So I want to know how you were able to sustain it after graduation.
Thank you. Hey. See, we are here being asked.
Okay, so thank you. Please unmute.
Yes.
Please, I wanted to ask, how do you merge entrepreneurship with probably you are in a company which you are working maybe 5 to, or let's say 9 to 5. So, and you also have the heart to start your own business. It could be something related to the work you are doing or not. So how do you merge the two to be successful?
How do you do 2 things at the same time? Over to you.
So I think the questions are done now, eh? Or does anyone have any other questions? We are done, okay then. I think we should start with Ms. Mary Apple with respect to the qualifications of becoming a student.
So, if you want to be one of my students, you just register for our training. But before you register for our trainings, you need to do research on our programs. We have 3 programs that are currently open: virtual assistant, social media management, CRM and AI automation. Now, you are lucky. Why am I saying that? We have one last training for 2026 that will start in August. The forms will close on 30th July. Once we close the forms, unless God willing, 2027. So you just go to Affluence Academy, or after the post session, you can see me, then I'll show you the process to register. But as I said, before you register, take time to research on what virtual assistance is, what social media management means, what CRM and AI automation means, so that you'll be able to know the one that you are interested in. Don't come and ask me, choose for me. Imagine choosing something for you to learn for 2 months. You are just going to waste your time. So that is how you join us. The second question.
Please also emphasize that it's not free.
Oh! Do I look like I give free things? Anyways, guys, please, it's not. I hope you were asking because you want to pay. Yeah, it's not free. Yeah.
Okay, so the second question that came in, he was asking how they could cultivate the habit of growth mindsets as individuals, right? And that was the question.
So, to your question, I have a very simple answer. You need to have a motivating factor. You see me, I have 2 motivating factors. Number 1, I love money. Number 2, I come from a very poor background, so I don't like poverty. So these are my motivating factors. I don't know about people that said, hey, I started this because I had interest, though. Me, everything I start, I love money. There's an interest. If there's no interest, I wouldn't be able to even have the idea in the first place. But it's not just about the interest. So you need to have a motivating factor. With your question, the truth of the matter is, mindset is not something that you were born with or something. It's something that you yourself, you develop it for yourself. You want something good for yourself. No matter what somebody will say, if you don't want something good for yourself, it will never happen. Imagine saying that I'll die tomorrow. Nobody cares. If you want to die tomorrow, it can happen and you will die. Because you used your own mouth to what? Say, that's how mindset works. I want to be rich in the next 2 years. That is your mindset. So mindset is not something that's why I was telling you, we can speak and speak and speak. When you go to your hostel, you do what you want to do. That's how mindset works. So for you to have, okay, let's say you are struggling with mindset. For you to have a very good mindset, just have a motivating factor. Something that will keep you going. Maybe if I say I need money, I have to wake up. So have that.
Okay, so Miss Ashley and Mr. Kelly, if you have anything to add, you can just go on and do that.
Yeah, so what the young man asked is very real. You attend a conference, a workshop, and at the end of the day, oh yes, I'm going to do this. Then after 1 week, it's gone. And there are practical things you can put in place to ensure that you are able to sustain whatever inspiration or motivation you got. You can consider getting an accountability partner or a mentor. So this individual.
I hope we are writing these down. It's very important. I hope we're writing it down.
This individual may come in from time to time to check up on you. Find somebody you respect so that you don't want to let a person down. Oh, Caleb, Sandra, Abigail, how is it going? You told me you were going to work on this and that and that. How is it going? And you would also want to have goals. There's this thing a lot of us take for granted, having yearly goals. We call it New Year resolutions. We take it for granted, but it's important. If you want to have that life you are envisioning, it's important that you have goals. You design, and Miss Sandra touched on that, you design the life you want. And once, it doesn't end at just having the goals, the New Year resolutions. Break them into quarterly goals. So the first 3 months, this is what I want to achieve. The next, this is what I want to achieve. As time goes on, you review. For me, I look at my goals daily. I don't want to be distracted. And so I've listed everything I am involved in. And I look at them daily. And if you want to sustain whatever inspiration you are getting here, today, then this is something you would also want to cultivate. Put down what you want to do. How they break them into tiny habits that will get you there. And look at it daily. And add getting an accountability partner, somebody you respect. For the person to come in daily or monthly or weekly to say, you know what, how far with what you put down? And that is how come you will be able to achieve whatever goals you are putting down.
Thank you, Ms. Ashley. So the next question, a gentleman was asking how they can choose between competing interests, because it's like they have interest in so many things and they can't seem to find the path or what exactly they should choose for themselves. So they want an advice on that.
All right, please, who has studied statistics here? Anybody? Statistics? Hey, more boy. Yeah, full year, not necessarily a program, whether a semester or something. So, yes. So, one of the things that we see when we are doing research and we want to use like something like the K clustering and all of that, right? One of the things that we are trying to identify is maybe we are doing an analysis of the whole Ghana. We want to identify people that speak Chi, right? So we are picking sample sizes from each region. One of the things that we realize is from that is we always identify certain patterns among them. So if we are picking 30 people from each region, we see that some people speak only English, some people speak only Chi, some people speak only Ashanti Chi, which they may not necessarily live in maybe Ashanti region, but we identify that pattern from Greater Accra to the northern region or whatsoever. If I say that in relation to what you are trying to do, having competing interests, for you to identify the path, you have to involve yourself in the various things that you are interested in, or that you think, let me put it that way, you think you are interested in. At the end of it all, you are interested in getting money. That is the sole aim, and probably live long. But what will make you get there is you want to do A, B, C, D. Try them. Even if you cannot try them as in starting them on your own, join groups, join that. I'm not a motivational speaker, so I'm not motivating you. That is what I did. You join a lot of things, and out of that, you now tend to identify your path based on the things that you are actually interested in and are passionate about. If not, you always sit back and assume that, oh, I'm interested in so many things, I don't know where to start from. So if it is a small community, a small group that you can join to see if this thing can help you, or is one of the things you are interested, you think you are interested and you want to try it out, you do. If it is the other, you also do. But you have to know that there is this quote, this life, no balance. In as much as you are trying many things, you fall short in some of them. And that is what is going to help you identify what works for you, and you move forward with that. Now, please, I know my call some time ago, so I think I need to touch on something, right? King Palita said something, give up and see. Okay, so in our country right now, I have no option than to make it, right? I have no option. Like she said, motivation, what is inspiring you? Right, and that is one of the key parameters we look at ITIC when we are trying to create somebody to build upon his or her idea. Right, one of the things is we want to know what is inspiring that person. Is the solution probably affecting the person's family or the person's sister or somebody or a friend or something? Then we know that the person is very passionate about solving that particular problem to help the sister or the family member. Please help me get that. So, in actual sense, we give up every day. Today, there are some things I've given up on. I started a user group, Microsoft Fabric user group, which is endorsed by Microsoft. But until now, I've given up on that. I launched it, very nice, everything. But at the end of it all, I wanted the mullah, so I gave up on that. But I will go back and pick it up again. So we be trained that, oh, don't give up, don't give up. It's good for you to give up. You're a human being, give up, right? But what will let you come up is your resilience skills. Okay, so please be resilient. Give up, you're a human being. I give up. But you have to be resilient and bounce back.
All right, so the last question, and then we, okay.
Right, so on the question of competing interests or let's say purpose, finding your purpose, I would say that, and I dare to differ, not all of us do the things we do because of money, right? If I was here because of money, I probably wouldn't be here. Yes, so it's not always about money, right? So there's money. Oh, money is important, don't get me wrong. Money is important. Now there are some speaking engagements I say, no, I can't come because you are not paying me, right? Money is important, but there's the other part of it. We all see impact minds. So impact, there's an impact. And when we talk about purpose, you would also want to consider impact. So for some of you, you are looking at, there's this thing that worries you. Every time you go to bed, I think I should do this, I think I should do that. And for some of you, you've not even found it yet. Oh, I don't know how I can make a difference in the world. When we are talking about purpose, we are basically talking about how you can make a difference in the world. And you do not know that. And if you want to know that, it's a discovery journey. You don't just wake up one day. Oh, for some people, they'll say that, oh, we woke up one day, we had a dream, and God was telling me this. Those people are very fortunate. But for some people, you may not have that, right? You have to discover. And the way you can discover is through internships, through volunteering. And so you realize that, oh, I am interested in, I like writing, I like speaking, I like gender empowerment, I like youth development, I like to build something from scratch. You want to explore all those things. Explore them. Don't just leave them. Explore them. Maybe you'll be occupied. You may have a 9-to-5 job, but there's always a way around it. Some of them you may be able to do them once a month. Some of them you may be able to do them once a week. Explore them. Get to know those things you are very much interested in. And gone are the days where we were all advised to stick to one thing. Now there are multiple things. One time you see me running a bakery. One time you see me running, trying to create experience for somebody, organizing a picnic. The other time you see me selling clothes. The other time you see me telling somebody, you know what, I want to manage your social media pages for you. Another time you see me in a room filled with young people telling them that young people can. Another time you see me in the classrooms of basic school students, schools, let's just say schools, telling them that let's cultivate the habit of reading. You see, so gone are the days where you were supposed to just stick to one path. Now you can explore all the others. And so just make sure that you are exploring them. And as you are doing that, you are not doing it at your own expense. You are making sure that some of the things are funded, some of the things you are doing. Right? Explore. And as you explore, I will tell you from my experience that there's always a sweet spot. So the sweet spot is where all of them come together. So despite the fact that, oh, I'm doing entrepreneurship across different industries, despite the fact that I'm being a community leader where I'm empowering young people, there's always a sweet spot where I will say that I am passionate about the personal development and professional growth of young people. And if I'm to break it down to everything I do, you will see that there's about 10 things I do. But you see that I'm able to say all that in just a sentence.
Mary will say, you can't box me.
You can't
She's
box
so many
me.
things.
You can't box me. So treat your purpose discovery as a journey and appreciate I did internship. I started with internship when I was, before I entered university. So my first internship was after SHS, the period where we were home. That was my first internship. And I didn't know how that particular role I took was going to be relevant on my journey. 6 years after, 5 years after, I realized that, hey, it was important that I actually took this job. You see, your purpose discovery is a journey, and appreciate every role you fill and ensure that you are picking these skills. After some time, after 10 years, after 5 years, you realize that, oh, it wasn't a waste. It was actually building me towards somewhere. If you need me to speak, I'll share a lot of experiences with you. And here I would recommend my book, You Already Are. I wrote my first book in December 2025. I launched my first book, and I share more on my entrepreneurship journey, and I share a bit on purpose as well. And so You Already Are is available on Seller, and you can find me on all the socials to request for a copy too. A copy is 100 cedis. All right, thank you.
So before I take the mic, I think there was a question that was directed to you. Someone wants to know how you were able to sustain your business after you completed university, right? That was a question. Yes. The person, okay, that was from her. And then the last one is how to balance a 9 to 5 and then be an entrepreneur at the same time. So these are the 2 questions, and these are our last questions. So please, you can have your take on it, and then we wrap up.
Okay. So, how was I able to sustain my business even after university? And it was simple. I didn't tie the business to me. And that's what a lot of founders do. You tie the business to you. Once you're not there, the business should not survive. Right? And even when I started, even when we were a few months old, I told myself that this is my big organization. No matter how many months I am, this is my big organization, and I want to treat it as such. And so this is where you would want to consider systems. So you would want to actually have a standard operating procedure, so that if you are not there, whoever comes into the business is able to make sure the business works. And we didn't treat it, for me personally, I didn't treat my business as just a student's business. No, I didn't see it that way at all. I saw it as a big company, right? And so I should treat it as that. So I implemented all the systems. How do we treat customers? How should our packaging look like? How should our platforms look like? All these things are things that should not just remain in your head, but should be documented. And I had a plan. So I just didn't say that, you know what, I'm going to complete school. After that, whatever comes should come. No, I had a plan. So after school, I am going to probably fill in this role. And for me, I told myself I'm going to do full-time entrepreneurship. So I wasn't going to fill in any role, but there was national service. And I saw national service coming, and I knew that I had to get people on board that can act like me in my absence. And so I had to train people even before national service came. And so just don't run your business as your one-person business. Have the systems in place so that if you are not there, somebody can operate that business effectively. And also make sure you have a plan. Don't just say that, oh, I've gotten up, I've posted on TikTok, I've posted on Instagram, that's it. No, have a plan for your business so that you work according to plan. Thank you. So combining 9 to 5 to I'm laughing because there's an interesting story over there too. So somewhere in 2022, Valentine's Day, and if you know the cake donuts, Valentine's Day is peak season for us. Right, so this particular day, then I was in my national service, and so I was supposed to report to work on Valentine's Day. And I had a lot of orders. In fact, we had stayed up the whole night making Valentine packages. And the following day, we weren't done. And so what did I have to do? I had to call in to say that, please, boss, I can't make it today. And unfortunately for me, I decided to be honest because I'm so mommy, and that even worsened my case for me. So balancing 9 to 5 with entrepreneurship may not be as easy, right? But at the end of the day, your 9 to 5 is a commitment you've made. You've told this employer that I am going to do this for you within this particular time. And so, despite whatever venture you are getting into, you would want to actually make sure that you are committing to the 9 to 5. Then build the systems. I come back to systems because now you are away almost the whole time. There has to be somebody taking care of your venture for you, and then you oversee. And so if the systems are in place, then if something goes off, you will know. So for me, our donuts, when those times, if we make a batch, I know the exact number we are getting from your batch. If we don't get that number, I mean something is off. Do you see? So even if you come back, you are able to monitor. This is what was supposed to happen. If it didn't go this way, then what can be done? So make sure the business is not just about you, but you are implementing the systems. When I was a student, I had class. There wasn't a job, but there was class. And with my clothing business, I used to do deliveries only on weekends. So place your order, but deliveries are only on weekends. So ultimately, look at what you have yourself involved in, what works. And I would advise that don't use your employer's time for your own personal benefit, okay? Don't exploit your employers, because I wouldn't want you to do that at my venture. So I'm telling you, don't do it to somebody. Thank you.
So how to combine your 9 to 5 with other things? I think my answer is going to be very simple because I've never done 9 to 5 before. I've never done 9 to 5 before, but I know something called discipline. You claim you do 9 to 5 and that's why you're not able to do other things. But the same person, you scroll through TikTok for 5 hours, 6 hours. When we check your screen time, we can see a whole lot. So I feel like you should have self-discipline. You should be very disciplined towards your goal. Yeah, I feel like that's the whole point. No matter whether you work at night, in the afternoon or something, when somebody wants to register for a training, like, oh, I do 9 to 5, can I study? My answer will not be yes. That's not the first answer I will tell the person. I'll first of all tell you it's self-paced. However, if you are determined, because at the end of the day, you can give people 2 months and they will still not be able to achieve anything that they said they will achieve in 1 week. It takes discipline. So yeah.
Alright, so they've said enough. I don't even know what to add, right? But the best thing is there's something we call learning by legacy design, right? You are doing 9 to 5. I wish I was also doing 9 to 5. Do you know what? My salary would be perfect for me, right? I'm always getting that money every month, and then maybe I calculate up. And you are also learning from how to build a business from an employer. So if you can't really understand what is going on, what is the assurance that you can come to a world of uncertainties and come and make something certain for you to get money out of it? There is no assurance for you and you might not even make it. So learn from that, and whilst you are learning, you start as it has been said. And you can build on that. So please, if you're also interested, take it. Follow me, I'll be sharing a couple of things.
Alright, so a round of applause for our panelists. On that note, thank you for being an audience and we hope to meet again. Thank you. So please, a round of applause as panelists take your seats. So lovely panelists, we say thank you. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Muchas gracias in Spanish. All right, so we are going to, yes, so we understand our panelists are busy, tired, and so we want to have a quick photo session with all our speakers. Speaker Gideon Amoa. Can somebody prompt him for me? We'll have our speakers up here for a short photo session. Please kindly pardon us. We were told we can't eat in the auditorium, so that's why you are 10:13 is still outside. So kindly pardon us. Miss Mary Affle, Miss Ashley, Miss Sandra, kindly we take a photo right now. Mr. Gideon, please, you are having a photo session now. I think the moderators can also join.